What instruments even are? What instruments even are involved in this music? I mean, obviously the little dun, 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 that's like violins, right? I mean, it's gotta be violins because it's Sherlock Holmes coded, so there's gotta be a violin. Remember their bouncing DVD logo every time. I have remembered every fucking time since I put it on, though. Don't even come at me. I need to find some way to like automate that though somehow, because I am literally just, you know, going on the TV, going on the YouTube, and going like DVD. Like it's in my history somewhere, but yeah, I need to find some way to like just put this shit on my TV, like wallpaper. Wow, I bet that's actually like a thing. It's an Android TV, so it can go on like Google Play and stuff. I bet there's like a wallpaper for the TV that's just the DVD bouncing logo. That'd be better, honestly. Anyway, holy crap, I'm back from the project mines where I was riding a freaking... Yeah, but it also has some like ding 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 ding, some sort of plucked string, which I don't know if that's like, is that like a harpsichord? Turning a DVD player on or something. Oh my god. That would be the actual... If I was a real streamer, that's what I would do. I would get a DVD player just to put the DVD bouncing thing on the background. Wait. I bet it's not that... Like, who the hell is buying DVD players these days? I bet they're not that expensive. And I did get a fat amount of money back on my... This is something that I do that I shouldn't do. But it's like, I get my money from my taxes back, and I'm like, damn. That's free money. I can spend that now. And it's like, well, maybe let's chillax. Yeah, but it can't be any DVD player. It has to be the DVD players that have that as the background, which are only some specific ones. Was it like Sony that did that? Or Toshiba? Does Toshiba even do DVD players? Was that one of the brands? I'm trying to remember my childhood here, guys. I'm trying to, because we definitely had at home one of the DVD players that did that. You know, there's the other DVD players do other shit, but like the one that's like the DVD bouncing around, that's someone. That's like that's not a person, but it's like a company. Anyway, let us continue. By which I mean let us start from the very beginning, our beloved case 3. The return of the great departed soul. Also flute. You've been sitting here analyzing the music, huh? The look that is definitely violin. That's like a cello, right? That's flute. That's definitely flute. That... Yeah. Silk Songdol silhouette mode? What the fuck are you talking about, Jesse? I was thinking about the music instead of you. Damn. That's rough to hear for sure. The expo, the great exhibition.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park.
Hyde?
Welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah.
This is like Coachella.
Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But
That's a fish.
as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. and like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park. Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Brought the truth to light. Now.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Now, I know my British accent is nothing to write home about, but that's not a British accent.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
What is that accent? Oh, is it like one of those like time travel machine bullshits?
Steam engines and electrical power dominate the world. Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
Why is the ribbon so fucking nasty? I thought it was his lab coat. Why is the ribbon so nasty?
And today we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Instantaneous kinesis machine. So it's a teleporter, not a time traveling thing. Didn't you get 100%? How'd you not encounter the character? Oh. Literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity. Is this gonna be like... I'm sorry, but if there's a murder here, like, they kind of earned it. They kind of... I'm sorry. If you're putting yourself in the big shock, you know, zap machine that's gonna disassemble you and put you somewhere else, if you die, that's kind... You were kind of... It's literally the kind of teleportation that's like, we kill you here and we make you there. Yeah, get into the fucking... If you have to be strapped fucking down to get zapped by a million billion bolts. Look at him. Oh my, if he's walking like that, my fucking god. If a guy's like, I'm gonna teleport you, he's like, I'm gonna teleport you somewhere. And then he straps me on some shit, and then he's going to the activating switch like... Fuck, man. Fuck, man. Get me the fuck out of that place. Why's he walk like that? But a few moments from now, oh no. I bet. Straight to heaven.
To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you! Yes. Whoa!
When, how I look when my mom calls me by my full name. Okay. I'm sorry, where's the case here? Sholmes' suite. Bruno, are you listening? I forgot I need to do fucking British accents all the time. I mean, I don't need to, but I started doing it, so now I have to fucking do it. What's that? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Don't you like what I cooked for breakfast? If you have someone cooking you breakfast, I don't care what they serve you. You can't be mad. If you're not like, you know, like at a restaurant. Wait. Completely unrelated. Did you guys see about the Northern Lion cruise? That's one of the things that I've been following this week while I was in the throes of this project. If you don't know, Northern Lion, one of the top streamers out there, and one of my favorite streamers. Always a very, very sensible man. Always a very, very reasonable man. Always also very much a sort of course he's like, he's rich because he's one of the top streamers out there. He's like averaging 10,000 viewers per stream type thing. So like, this man is making money. And there's one thing he likes to do is he goes on cruises, like on, you know, for vacation, for so on. He likes to go on a cruise, which I kind of get, you know, it's like, it's a little environmentally not ideal, but it's a very sort of, it's isolated. They take care of you. You don't really need to plan much. You go on a cruise, there's activities, there's food, you get pampered, you know, I kind of get it. If you're living, especially a streamer job, which is very sort of, putting on a lot of hats, etc. I get that if that's what he wants to do with his free time, that's fine. One of his streamer friends' mom works for a cruise company and somehow convinced him to set up a Northern Lion cruise, which is crazy because he's never been an extravagant man, and he always purports himself to be a man of the people. And suddenly he was like, go on a cruise with me. Let's all go on a like, it's not even like a meetup, like an offline meetup. It's like, let's go on a cruise. Pay like close to $2,000 to be in a cruise for like 4 or 5 days with me and a couple of other streamers. We haven't exactly planned everything out yet. In March 2027, it sets sail. But it was just such fucking whiplash. Like, it's not even that it's like a scandalous thing, you know? Other streamers do this. Other streamers do more extravagant shit. But it's just like... It's like if your school teacher was like, want to go on a cruise with me. You know, like, it's that kind of disconnect. Like, that. This is not who you are. Like, I know you like cruises. But it's like creating a one and sort of, you know, making it a fandom thing. That was kind of weird. That was weird. On the cruise with like 200. Yeah, that was the plan. And literally like 3 days later after announcing it, he canceled it because everyone was like, what the fuck is this? And he was like, you know what? That's valid. What the fuck was this? But yeah, it was just such a wild thing. With a streamer. True. It was really funny. It was memed really fucking hard. It's so good. Today's paper, full of news about the Great Exhibition again. They're calling it the Great Exhibition instead of like the Grand Expo or whatever it was actually called, because the Grand Expo was really fucking awful and problematic. Well, all the expos type shit that they did was really problematic. In the past, you know, they still do expos like that, but back then it was in the sort of the heroic era of science/medicine, which I believe I'm saying it right, which is sort of the idea was like doing anything is better than doing nothing. So like doing wild shit to try and cure a disease is better than doing nothing. Kind of like going out there, taking big risks, taking big leaps, and just hoping. And so that in itself was kind of problematic, especially because it was always some sort of minority on the receiving end of these treatments. It wasn't often, or pretty much, it was pretty much never, you know, dominant like white people who were sort of well-off people of society that were in the receiving end of these wild therapies. There was also a lot of like, here is a tribe from the Amazon, and it was like people that they had like straight up kidnapped or bought from the Amazon. You know, they just like show up to like Amazonian tribe and be like, we'll give you fur and pelts and whatever if you're gonna show up and just be in a enclosure, basically like a zoo for people of the tribes. And they would take like oddities, aka people with disabilities, and be like, oh, this is the missing link. I remember very clearly, this is a real case. like a girl from, I want to say Southeast Asia, somewhere around there, which had that one I don't know what it is, like just that one mutation where like the kind of the density and amount of hair that grows on your hair kind of grew all over her body. She was like really, really furry, basically. And she was like, they dressed her up in like a dress to be like, you know, the missing link, civilized type shit. And she was just paraded around. It was like that kind of shit, you know, that kind of like more curiosities and oddities and pretty fucking generally harmful shit than actually scientific advancements. To be fair, I don't know how much of that translated into like 1900s. No, it probably still did. It probably still did. I was about to say 1900s people, I would have hoped were a little more civilized. But then again, they were about to start eugenics, so maybe not. You're really not your usual self today. Seem very down. Is Hurley is dead. Huh? Just say something, Iris. Oh gosh, you're even more down. Yeah. Oh, when did you arrive, Mr. Naruto? Wow, that really... yeah, just some heroin. We'll hit the spot. Been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why did you mention it before? Because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so I didn't notice your presence. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. Is it because Susato is not here? Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all these unruly spikes. Clearly, it can be deduced, therefore, that... I think I can see where this is going. Yeah, it always has. Ever since we met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. Doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Damn. Own him. Demolished. Oh, wait. I forgot. I'm streaming in the day. It's daylight. Holy crap, guys. Look at all this natural light. Ah. Forgot. It's pure daylight. It's been 6 months now. Since Susato left, I'm assuming. Oh, since I was forbidden from working in court. Which is around when Susato left. And by around, I mean exactly, right? Because we went to meet her as soon as the case ended. I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Too bright? Can you close the window? No, I kind of like it like this. I would explain why you seem rather glum. I don't like wearing glasses because the little imprints over here make me seem so nerdy. Don't you agree, Harley? He's dead. And then there's Chunky. He's dead. Yeah, what's going on with him? More even down in the dumps than me. I know. Great exhibition's opened. You think he'd be excited? Oh, why don't we all go to see it together? I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. He's a second weekend Coachella type of guy. Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. I remember hearing you're working on a case, Harley. Did you like my relevant Coachella bit / joke / mention, I guess? I know nothing about Coachella other than it's 2 weekends. And there's first weekend people and second weekend people. And that's all I know. Was this weekend second weekend of Coachella? Because I haven't heard shit about Coachella. I know I'm not like the most plugged in person. I'm tired of motherfuckers talking about Coachella. Well, I'm like the opposite. I haven't heard anything. I didn't even know it was now. High five. That's exactly what we're about. All right, let's yap. Let's yap. 6 months ago. All right, let's talk about 6 months ago. But I know what it was. I was there. Took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard of the Old Bailey. Yeah, I'm still hoping we're gonna see, what's her name? Ginny? Ginny Lestrade? Ginny? What's her name? Ginny? Gina. I suppose Ginny is short for Gina. And by short for, I mean long for. What is Ginny short for? And Gina? Regina, I guess? Gina is short for Regina. Dude, her name is Regina? That's a powerful name. Found I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Utterly deplorable. Yeah? Decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Again, the awful mistake was that I had helped a guy be declared innocent with the evidence that was presented at hand. And while, by the way, the whole time, I was like, honest. I don't know why I'm being punished, honestly. Because that's when we got Mr. McGilded off the first time in case 3 of game 1, where yeah, we pointed out, no, actually the under thing of the seat was empty earlier, I remember. And sorry, it was full earlier. And there was no blood stain on the floor. I remember that. You know, like, we said all of this, and yet the trial went on. How many times have we got Mr. McGilded off? You put an extra U in there? Oh my god, are you even like a real fan? Fake fan? Had my right to represent people in court revoked. Still, I had to spend my time in research and study. That's what, like, Japan told you to do? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room? That's about Sholmes' old cases. Yeah. Take away the VIP. Take away the VIP. It would be funny if you could VIP someone for, like, a certain amount of time. So it's like... just because WoW lives in my heart. You a World of Warcraft player? Oh my god. Something of a manservant around here. Start of the silverware next, Mr. Naruto. Master Naruto. That's the powers that be to reconsider. It's like, you know, you kind of got to play like Flappy Bird with the VIP. Like, you have VIP for like 3 days. And if you don't make a good joke in those 3 days in my chat, it doesn't reset. And just, you gotta keep it going. Delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fella. Only one who can grant permission for me to start working the courts again. What if I don't have permission to work the courts this whole game? I can't do that just sitting around here. That's true. Great exhibition. The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art, and the feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. The hot air balloons, yeah. Don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. It makes no sense. It makes all the sense in the world. But that's okay. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. It is kind of crazy, though. Because when were hot air balloons invented? Me, back on my Googling shit. When were hot air balloons invented? 1783. That shit is not new scientific discovery, girl. That shit's been around for over 100 years. That's crazy. They publicly demonstrated their prototype in June 1783, followed by the first untethered manned flight in November 21st, 1783. So, like, they invented it in June, and in November, they sent a guy up there without any, like, rope or anything tying him down. In Felvedek, that is true. In Felvedek, there's a hot air balloon. Wait, is there? Yeah, there. No, there is. No, there is. There is. I'm, like, misremembering right now. No, there is. Is Iris stupid? Chat, why would she say this? Is she stupid? I suppose they might be. Some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. Huge explosion. Wish I'd seen it, though. Every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. Ah, the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Okay, edgelord. The back page of the paper. Time to... Beep, 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 beep. Oh, the Reaper attacked. Lost cat. Wait, that's important. Rather gloomy looking one. Wait, what? Oh, the Reaper of the Bailey attacked. Lord Van Zeeks. Are we gonna have one of those classic, like, I gotta defend the prosecutor? Altamont Gas Company. Oh, wait. French court hears glass eye case. The juge de paix, I'm assuming, juge de paix, I'm just gonna say paix. I don't fucking know. French is hard. The juge de paix of Neuilly was presented today with the most curious case of a lady who refused to pay her dues for the purchase of one glass eye. Whole affair began when Madame Pluyette, the defendant, ordered the eye as a replacement of the natural eye she had lost. Upon its arrival, she found she could see no more with it than she could before, and became incensed at the thought of paying for a deficient product. Wow. I like that they included those. That lady was like, my glass eye can't see. It's all about the, yeah. 10 pages, 1 penny. Holy. So positive and hopeful about the coming century. The Reaper attacked. There it is. Gloomy mood. Is your gloomy mood related to the Reaper attacked? You could say that, I suppose. What sort of case is it? Shh. Quiet, Mr. Naruto. Must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. Iris? Oh, usually. More mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Is it really a case that's bothering you? It's an exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say, put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. Do you do that? Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way once to the crime scene. Okay, the Reaper attacked. Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, we gotta be introduced to him. He's the prosecutor in a case, no salvation for whoever's on the dock. His big ol', like, scar across his face has me curious. Like, would this scar be relevant to the story or not? Maybe not. Person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. Stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. Even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruto? Mr. McGilded, Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity seem to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has never an ending supply of such scoundrels. So basically, when someone is found guilty because of the Reaper, the Thieves Guild basically steps in and attacks him, type shit. Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before. Quite an accomplished combatant. He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. Doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, seems his assailants were armed with guns this time. My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? In the article here, it says as to what Lord Van Zeeks and his condition will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. Wow, they're hitting us with the clickbait. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, time to go to St. Bart's, dude. Or the Supreme Justice, yeah. Strongheart. Damn. I must be leaving now. See you later, investigator. You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you'll be wasting your time. Well then, see you later indeed. Okay. Still laughing on his way out the door. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! The cover for... Is Disney okay with this? She looks just like a mouse. Wait, like her whole hat looks like a mouse. I never made the connection that she's... The music is very mousy also. But like ear, and then the big eyes and the sort of like heart, but it's also like a rounded wet nose type shit. Wait, she's so precious. Alright then, Runo, let's get going. Yeah, what are you wearing? Got changed to go to the exhibition. You're gonna take me? Oh, well, that sounds fun too. You're gonna take me there then? Says while pointing a gun at me. Alright, fine. Just, yeah, lower the weapon. Of course. After Supreme Court, we'll go to see the great exhibition. I like how she does... Like, she is very much a genius child. Oh my god, this is so precious. The 2D art mixed with the 3D works really, really well in this game. They really finally nailed the look, and I'm really glad for that. What was I saying? I think a visit to this place could be a good idea. Yes, dear. I really like that she is a genius child. You know, she's a 10-year-old who is writing published books, presumably making money off of it. She's doing crazy inventions. She's as good at deduction as Harlock Sholmes himself, basically, from what we've seen in the little moments of brilliance that she has. But she's still very keenly aware that she's a 10-year-old. She's not like, oh, I'm old enough, I can do things, you know, like, no. She's like, no, I'm a 10-year-old. If I want to go outside, someone has to take me. It's been about 6 months since I was last here, yeah. Aww. My goodness. This is me reading my romance mangas. I genuinely be kicking my feet. Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Always. Oh, yeah. 6 months ago. When Susato was being, yeah, sent away. Yaoi or Yuri? Actually, I was gonna say, like, I have at least one of each. I was about to say I don't think I'm reading any yaoi, but no, actually I am reading one. Although it's a very, I don't know if it's right to call it yaoi. It's it's actually pretty like good, all things considered. It falls into the trappings of like a romance manga where shit does not progress ever. But it's actually a really sort of, why should it not be called yaoi? Because it's this one called crossplay love, where it is two boys, but each of them is in love with the other one cross-dressing as a woman, but they don't know that they both cross-dress. So it's like, it's basically two straight relationships becoming a yaoi relationship is the thing. Yeah. So it's like, that's why it's like, it's kind of in this nebulous region where it's like they're ultimately both men and they both identify as men. They cross dress for, you know, for fun, or, you know, just for whatever reason they want to. But they are both in love with who they think are women. So that's the thing. But yeah, it's nice because it's very inclusive. You know, it's like when you're dealing with cross-dressing, especially in manga, it can be so hit or miss. there's especially older ones. Nowadays not so much, but like older ones, it's very much treated as like as a gag, as a throwaway thing, as like a look at this pervert type thing. But no, that one's very, very respectful, and it has a lot of like glimpses into the community type shit. It's kind of fun. Of course, you've been keeping well. Me giving you my yaoi recommendations before I go solve a murder. So you arrived and requested an audience. It's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. I've been waiting here for 4.5 hours. Has Iris been... you know what? She was reading. She's probably fine. Good to know. Yes, this guy. Mel Strongheart. You'd only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. So next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. Okay, Emma Sky. Need to go lock in me when I try to write my fucking project. It wasn't even that long of a project, it's the thing. It's just that I am the epitome of STEM boy that can do experiments and data analysis all day long, but you ask me to write 1 page of paper and it takes me 3 hours. You should present the project to us. Nah, because it's not even that good. That's like, I'm genuinely like ashamed of it. It's not good. It took me so long and it's not good. So you wish to consult with me? Very well, imagine what this is about. Yeah, I want to start working as a lawyer and something else. Susato related, I'm assuming. Take a deep breath and come out with it. Let's come out with it. Came here today to ask for your permission. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked. I was told to spend my time studying. I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system, and I desperately want to have another go. Permit me to enter the courtroom again. I should add shrug emojis and funny sound effects? What do you mean shrug emojis and funny sound effects? Sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? Yellow guy emojis. Well, if you have recommendations, put them in the Discord channel. There's a channel for it. Bess, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. But I don't want to add funny sound effects, though. Because as much as possible, I want to keep... It's weird to say, you know, but like as much as someone with a face cam and a chat on screen can, I want to keep things clean. Oh, to the presentation. Oh, I thought you were talking about the stream, and I was like, boy, I'm not putting funny sound effects on it. I'm also not putting funny sound effects on the presentation. I actually did have a presentation, though, once. I had to present my data, but it was all fucking awful data because we didn't know at the time, but now we know the cell lines were contaminated, which is why the experiments were like wrong, week after week after week after week after week. And so I did, when I was presenting that, I had an MP3 of In the Hall of the Mountain King playing when the bad data started, and it kept going until the data ended. And it was like a few slides of like dun, 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 dun. It was just like ramping up. Hates all of his viewers. That would be good clickbait. Garderobe, right? I gotta remember what the Cyrillic... This is a G in Cyrillic. You know what really fucks me up about Cyrillic? It's like they didn't even use like different letters. You know, they just stole the regular fucking alphabet, but they just went like, nah, this is an R. Fuck, man. They threw other shit in there, but like this shit is an R now? Like, you know, it's like such an unholy combination of quote-unquote regular letters and things that are unique to Cyrillic, and also they kind of sound like whatever they like. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling. And he's about to be like, okay, you want to do the secret mission? Want to go assassinate the Shogun for me? Perhaps you know nothing of his true calling. The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? Dinner? Dinner? It's 5 p.m. Actually, you're not on my timeline. Timeline? You're not on my time zone. Remember everything that happens from now until I get back. Okay. You got it, boss. From the future. Damn, how is it over there? Read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. It sucks. As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Let's fucking go. That's wonderful news, Reno. I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. Curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Why is this guy assigning me cases? Am I like a state-appointed attorney? Described it as a curious affair. That's right, I believe it was reported in the press. There's a serious accident. Yeah, where a guy was supposed to be teleported, but I'm sure he actually just got, like, atomized. I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need, a dash of devil may care. And a man lost his life. Mr. Odie Asman. Odie Asman? Damn. Same, bro. Same, Odie. Same. Mr. Odie. Odie. This has to be Odie. Asman? Asman? Odie Asman? I don't get the joke. Investor and well-known figure in society. A man died? Well, he put himself in the cage where you get shocked to bits. Professor Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. Did they not make the guy sign like a waiver? You intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him in the prison. And murder. Should get to the prison straight away and try to meet with his German professor. Let's do it. One more thing about the case. It's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. But I guess we're not going to talk about it. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. He keeps playing with the clock so much. That shit cannot be keeping time, actually. Next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. Exactly. Scientific methods, baby. My beloved. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate, so it's imperative we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is forensic science. The future of policing. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Yeah, they didn't even know if they wanted to add fingerprints to the evidence you can present. Exactly. Extremely alarming. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. I cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. With an apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now. It all began 15 years ago, and oh my god. 15... Damn, he's still yapping. That more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. That's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. She's just reading. There's such a cute animation. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? Yeah, I drifted off. Should I present the newspaper with the... yeah. Reminds me, have you seen this? No, the back. Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Yes, but... he wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zeeks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Very well. If it interests you. Let's go back to Yap. How's he doing? Lord Van Zeeks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. Was he attacked, though? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. Leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zeeks. The man was acquitted, if no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. Victim's henchman suddenly seemed to think so. It was a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Odie Asman. Oh, he's the guy that exploded. Known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Yeah. If the people he prosecutes end up dead no matter what, why do you use him? The criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom, and fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zeeks first. There's no evidence he actually is the Reaper in that sense. Something's clearly going on. Van Zeeks worked for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. It's definitely happened enough to not be a coincidence, though. He is no killer, so he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. I see. I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. He's either dramatically on time or horrendously late. When I arrived back here for this engagement with you, lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. Where would I find Lord Van Zeeks? St. Bart's, of course. Oh. At his office? Wow. I thought he was injured or something. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands. Alright. We're back in. We could go to prison. We could go to prosecutor's office. We still can't go to the exhibition, though. Let's find out. Let's talk to my client. Alright. Warden said cell 11. This one. There's someone. Oh my god. The little holes that are sewn in for her. Oh my god. What's his name? Albert Harebrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Harebrain? Who are you? Defensively. A lawyer? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? How are you going to defend my hypothesis? Yesterday's demonstration. That magnificent demonstration was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Explain the science, then. He has like a dark spot in the middle of his head. Is he like balding or like a bump? What is that? Alright, let's see about the demonstration. Papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, the man died in the explosion, didn't he? Ah, yes. You could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Suppose in the strictest sense, experiment was a failure. At the same time, it was a great success. Saw it with my own eyes right there in front of me. Mr. Eisman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. He should have been beamed to the crystal tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and he perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. Large explosion was an accident. Yeah. Why do they think it was murder? I am responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished at once. But... Murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident. The situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as accident or murder. If it really was an accident, the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. Ah yes, it's newly established here in Britain, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. If it's a murder, my machine was the murder weapon. They'll be able to pore over it as much as they like. They'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. Ah, I see. Machine must be protected from that at all costs. It's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident at tomorrow's trial. Aha. So if it was an accident, there's no intent, therefore they don't need to pour over the murder weapon. Terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground. Yes, or rather no, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Yeah, how fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. I mean, yes. Yes, in the strictest sense, but that is what you're basing everything on. It must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. See, there's the problem. Because it's kind of like saying... It's kind of like saying... what's a good healthy analogy for this? It's like saying, like, food is made of ingredients. So one must be able to take a completed meal, extract the ingredients, and then remake the meal. First of all, it's not the same meal. Second of all, there's such a thing as non-reversible chemical reactions. And if you undo those, then you're like, I mean, if you break those, it's not as simple to just like put them back together. And also, that kills a guy. Because those connections are what make up everything. Plus, the unit of life is the cell. If you break someone's brain to like the neuron level, I could see some sort of sci-fi bullshit thing where like you break someone's brain into like the neurons that make it up. As long as you keep them perfectly frozen in the perfect configuration that they were in. And you can put them back together in the exact same configuration, sort of all of them linking to like the correct synapses and other, you know. Then I could see some kind of thing where it's like you can actually do that. But if you're breaking it down to the atoms, that's pretty rough. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? My amazing hypothesis. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, Could be a great Parisian theater, say. Possibilities are endless. Whole of a vast planet would be within reach. I don't really see it like that. Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I'd feel like it had shrunk. I would. That's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean? Professor Bunny Brain really worried by the look of it. Point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. Without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. It's always the fly in the ointment. That's exactly it. So Odie Asman probably subsidized your research. Government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. Met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman. Let's talk about him. The victim, Odie Asman. Full name of the Mr. who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman. Wasn't it? Exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. But he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. Thank my lucky stars. Just showed up and said, yeah. As far as I was concerned, that man was an angel. An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. If that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Produced a machine to my precise specifications. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. That seems reasonable. You have kind of no motive. Should I present the newspaper to you as long as we're here? Okay, this have happened. I know what happened. It must have been that. Day before the demonstration, and my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. Blind retribution for my wrongdoing, that's what this is. That's kind of crazy. Okay, but that's all you've got to say about it, is it? Okay. Let's go see Mr. Prosecutor. Damn. Dun. He's got a chess set. It appears so. Sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? An amazingly deathly atmosphere. Does he have a big-ass painting of himself? Hang on. He has a big-ass painting of himself. That's him? Wonder who it is. What are you doing here? The hooded figure's not him. Yeah. So who is it? Glad to see you're well. I am. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something? No punishment is taking place here. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. Oh, it's this guy with the beak mask. Very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Have you inspected the wine barrels? I haven't had a chance to. Referring to the attack on the Reaper. By the barrels, do you mean bottles? Or are there barrels that I haven't seen? Be interested to know the Reaper's true identity. Such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Alright, examine. First of all, the chess set. Every prosecutor's gotta have one, apparently. Oh, they are full-on fucking wine barrels. It's the first time we've had like a three-parter, isn't it? This is a model of the Expo with the Crystal Tower. His big ol' himself as a painting. And this is like a model of the teleportation device, model of the balloon, a guy on the floor. So stylish. Some marble chess set beside it. I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. Really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case. About of shogi problems. You can always do that at your own home. His own bottles and chalices, yeah. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. Personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. You throw them around in court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. While you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. Me? You? So it's my fault, yeah. Damn, Ryunosuke's got a bit of sass, and I really appreciate that. Let's look at the Expo model. I'm out of the great exhibition showground. I'm trying to find, where's the Spanish flag? Because this is like a lot of European flags. That's France, that's Germany, that's Italy, that's Hungary? I think maybe that's Hungary. That's probably Switzerland. This is probably Spain. That's probably Hungary, right? A pretty alright exhibition. Well, yeah, that's probably why they named it that. He made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person. Belgium. Oh, was it Belgium then? Maybe I made it up. Obvious, I'm using it as an investigative aid. You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. Where's Belgium? Oh shit, this is Belgium. I'm stupid. This is not Germany. No, wait. No, this is wait. No, that is Germany. Belgium is Germany, but like vertical, basically. Yeah. So this is Germany. Where are you seeing? Oh, Belgium. Oh my fucking god. There it is. It's tiny. Yeah. Both are there. I didn't even see that one. And of course, the motherland. His big old painting of himself. There's also Dutch. There's a straight up white flag here. Hey, they have the French flag twice. Ha 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 ha. But portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's him, but no scar, I don't think. Whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features. Doesn't have the scar on him. Not far off. The artist has like exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. Racist flag. Yeah, this is the flag of white people. Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. Portrait does not depict me. Your father? Brother? Oh. We will never know. A little distillation unit. Barrels. Ancient casks in the Reaper's Chamber. People who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead. Ridiculous notions are going through your head, man. This is my collection of fine vintages. Ah, Bruno and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper. Well, they have been investigated. What's going on? I've seen someone sitting like that before. It's a very sort of the low table and the pillow on the floor. That's very Japanese, isn't it? That's not very British. So I wonder, is his student Japanese? Or did he used to have a Japanese student and has just kept their, like, work table? He did say he used to have some sort of Japanese, you know, connection and was really close with some guy, but then he was betrayed or something? And he just hates all Japanese now because of it, which is a little sort of wrong of him. And by a little, I mean very wrong of him. But I wonder, is this guy Japanese? Or I guess it's not exclusively Japanese, but I doubt they're going to be throwing other nationalities in here at this point. So maybe this guy's Japanese, or other student, apprentice, whatever, used to be Japanese. Is my thinking. How old is the Reaper again? Isn't he like 40 something? Did I make it up? He's 33. I'm so sorry, my guy. He's an ass, man. Wait, why is Susato in my people? She's not here right now. Gia theme reminiscent of the Industrial Revolution ties into Iris Wilson. Gia protecting his precious flower. Aww. He was dead, Runo. He wouldn't be sitting up, would he? He's not dead. Well, so he's not. What's going on? You were attacked. Some sort of revenge attack. True, carried out by henchmen of Odie Asmund's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened. Masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. His enormous wealth came to him by underhanded means. Sort of like a McGilded Light type of guy. Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. The man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, he was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis explosion. Died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. What did I miss? Okay, so we talked to the guy and he told us his fucking 12... Was it 12 opinions and 223 somethings as to why forensics is the future of science. He's really, really into forensics. We are allowed to start working again. We have taken the case of the guy that was exploded, which is Odie Asman. There was Odie Asman. Odie Asman was also the big old financier who funded his that guy's okay, Odie Asman. I know. I don't really know what the joke is supposed to be with him. Odie Asman was found not guilty by this guy and then went and got himself exploded because, I don't know, I'm not gonna judge what a guy does in his free time. And then some henchmen of him attacked him last night, but nothing came of it. And now we're just going around exploring. Odious man? But that's not even pronounced similarly. Odiasman. 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 It's not even pronounced similarly. That's a pretty freaking weak one. Has to be innocent of this particular death, yeah. I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? Don't fucking say it in front of him. He's gonna start yelling slurs at me. Oh, yes, that's right. Barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Hairbrain. We've already visited him. Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. Oh. And you're gonna prosecute him. Hang on, you are right that there were other barrels. I've just remembered. Wait, no. There's casks and there's barrel. That's all there is. There's no more. There's that barrel in the background, but I can't do nothing with it. What'd you have for dinner, by the way? What's with the little glowing evil dots? Hairbrain was from Germany, though. Did he study here, or did you study... Oh. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research. I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science. Our paths rarely crossed. Curiously, we got along. I've not met him since my university days. Certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Being charged with murder. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. Of course. It sounded as if you and the professor had been friends. Roast sweet potatoes with pork and a little leftover startup. Fuck! I want that. I want that so bad. Why would you do this? There's nothing anyone can do to save him. Okay. Does that mean I'm a crown prosecutor and immortal like any other? I'm no demigod. People you've prosecuted. Nuh-uh. Sosuke Natsume, dude, he's fine. Yeah, exactly. Those our prosecutor are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. They really called Sosuke Natsume the vilest wretch of society? Did anything happen to Lestrade? Not this game so far. Last thing happened is she went to jail and then hinted at how she really liked the deduction aspect and crime solving aspect, hinting at, you know, she's gonna go join the police. It's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. No, Ginny. He's ever so hard working now. There we go. Can't deny, since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. We're fixing him. We could fix him. Those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. It was at the hand of their own kind, not my work. You were attacked because they believe it, yeah. Fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. You're like a deterrent, yeah. My pseudonym serves as a useful purpose. I adopt it gladly and with honor. If that is my fate, let God decide. Oh, he's religious. Okay. Should I present the newspaper with his attack on it? There was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place and took a photo. He's careless of me. That's fine. Well, yeah. I mean, it's 1901. I mean, it started at 1901, I believe. So it's probably like 1902, 1903 right now. People were hella religious 1903. Police have already apprehended every last one of them. Someone else fighting alongside you. Is that him? It's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. The apprentice! Oh my god, yeah, let's talk about him. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. You'd say he's my apprentice, I suppose. I suppose you've been saying he's your apprentice. Like you ought to hurley then, Runo. I mean, if I presented myself as Herlock Sholmes' apprentice around places, holy. Currently compiling a report about last night's attack. He's wearing some kind of mask. Oh. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. Not even you? On Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. If he is fucking Kazuma, he's not gonna be Kazuma. Kazuma died, and we felt for his pulse, and it wasn't there. He's not Kazuma. But then again, this case was called the case of the revived something, like those handbells? Handbells? Is that your fucking eyeball, dude? Why do you have a... Why is your mess so creepy? The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Nice to meet you. Yeah. It kind of looks like that, but it's like it's like so sharp. Like if he had to cover his mouth or like blow his nose, he'd stab himself, dude. That thing is like shing. Never met the man before, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Okay, how many young men do we know? How many young men do we know? How many young men have we met? Unless it's like someone that we just haven't met yet at all. But I doubt that. This motherfucker better not be Kazuma. That would be crazy. Could peel an apple with that mask. You could. Let me see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Yeah. So casually with flawless posture. Oh. We're making the connection? Court record people for potential suspects? Maybe, but the problem is the court record only really shows the people that are currently irrelevant to the case. Not all the people ever. Something I've been meaning to ask you. That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sasaki Natsume? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. Mr. Natsume. He's doing just fine. He's fine. I received a letter from him by international post only the other way. Is he glad that, like, he didn't die? Think we can end our discussion there, don't you? Little time left before tomorrow's trial. Let's go investigate. He's asking after a Nipponese. Let's go to the great exhibition. That's a turnout for the books. Hairbrain, he is a little mad scientist, yeah. Can we investigate? Hello? I guess we go back and we talk to him about knowing the Reaper. Lord Van Zieks is a friend of yours from university days. Yes, that's right. He was studying law while I was studying science. Good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly. All-round nice fellow, really. Okay. He was just the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor of Eric Van Zieks. What was he like at university? Yeah. As I said, unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family with his great aristocratic origins. The little darling? It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Did hear, though. It was a very big event in his life, completely changed him after graduation. I'm sorry. I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time, I was in Germany already. Okay. Let me just make sure I've understood. That was an accident, he's saying. Yeah. That's correct. As 2 squared is 4. I swear it. It's true, the man perished in a machine of my invention. I know that I'm far from brainless in all this. Never use my discoveries, my inventions to take a person's life. I'm a man of science, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life. I do believe you. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. Man of science and a man of law, yeah. I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Well, okay. But you are from a family that could afford to take you to college in the 1900s, and then you could afford to move to Germany to do your science. So I'm thinking you probably have a bit of a skewed perspective of if you try, you can do anything. Thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Yeah, you got it. Time to investigate. Great exhibition, yeah. Time to go to the crime scene. The music is so fucking good. When you stop and listen to it, there's always like a new instrument snaking in and out. Great exhibition grounds at the foot of the tower. Yeah. There are a lot of people, aren't there? One has been trodden on 3 times, too. Hold my hand. Aww. I've said it before, I really appreciate that even though she's like a pure genius, she has a very clear understanding of the fact that she is just a 10-year-old girl. Like, yes, she can perfectly run a household by herself. Yes, she can cook perfectly, write perfectly. She can make inventions that are wild. She has a brilliant mind capable of incredible deductions, but she doesn't leave the house by herself. She's crazy. She's 10. Damn. What's that? Argument up on the stage. Between who and whom? Warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, so you know it. You've got a little cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. And now in the cells, I'll teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare ya. I want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Damn. Yo-hoo! Gregsy! What you doing up there? Jenny! It's you here. You're here. Here you are. You here. Your ladyship. How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll go have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Is he giving me drugs? He was suspended from duty. He's back. He was suspended for, yeah, for the fuckery he pulled with the state secrets case at the end of the first game. Can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris, yeah. What shit, sunshine? Yeah. What gives then? Tell me you're here on this case. We're investigating. Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Sure is. Measly 5 bob, is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? It's time to carry a bit more copper around your pockets, Mr. Naruto. Hey! It's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back. I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. Damn. Gina Lestrade. Case that led to my own suspension is the young girl I was defending in court. There she is. What's your problem, eh, Odo? Diver, pickpocket, what's with all the name calling? Want a bag of chips run down your throat and all, do you? I kind of do. I thought you were proud to be a diver. Assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. I ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's a long time, people can change. I'm an apprentice now. I need to be a Scotland Yard detective. Yes, girl. You'll have to call me what everyone else does. Inspector Lestrade now. We've got Inspector Lestrade. Finally. Inspector? The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating's off the cards for all of us. For all of us. Right, well, I'll be back up top. Hold the fort down here, alright? Right, sir. Damn, she really is just in the police now. What's going on, girl? Did you know I'm a lawyer? In Japan, at least, that I'm a defense lawyer. This badge is proof I'm a detective. You're all gonna have to start calling me Inspector Lestrade. You'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Odo. You call your defender Nara Odo if you like. It don't really trip off the tongue. Cute. What's going on, girl? How you been? First encountered her. Yeah. She was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. But now she's working. I had a lot of time to think in prison. Realized I couldn't go on like I was. Diving weren't working out. You went from being a pickpocket to detective. Got it? Go in it. Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, innit? It does. And there's Iris's old man to think about. Yeah, promised her, didn't I? Said I get all the police forces around the world to pull out the stops looking for him. It's fucked up because we have known for the 6 months since that her dad is dead. Though. Like, the longer you keep it, the worse it is. You should have just said it. Like, what the fuck is this? The fuck? This is just cruel. Anyways, that's how that's how come I had to go at the. That's how come I had a go at the test for Scotland Yard. Holy. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Yeah. That's when Hurley approached Greg Z and asked for help. Like I said, he took full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice. Ah. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. Long and the short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. "6 months ago, was the defendant in a trial. You're not still on about that, are you? Legend of the Reaper, whatever it's called. Call you on half worry, I do. Like I told you before, innit? Reaper's kinda like him upstairs. He knows what I'm like on the inside. I ain't really done nothing wrong. Yeah, Natsume's fine. I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. So the guy that went kaboom. Oh, was that this world it was? Brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine. Suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. Ain't seen a bad experiment here yet. You saw the moment. Yeah, of course. Boss is in charge here, isn't he? Keeping everything running smooth, I'm in. All I have to say is, I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. Oh. Here, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Damn. You're 10. How can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming this experiment was a success? Right, well, it was a success in a way. The guy got pulverized? No one could call the experiment a success. It did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and that whooping great bang. Where'd you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there. Oh, damn. So he was shot across. Up there above the scaffold. Cage what the victim got in to start with. Really did get beamed through the air, whatever. Landed all the way over there. It did kinda work, didn't it? I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I'll tell you what, you can have this. Plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair. Okay. Cute. I like that we have a genuinely friendly face here now. This is really well drawn. Someone really spent time right doing this nice and pretty. The thing going like... It's pointed up here. But the guy landed like here. Right? Also, the containment is a little weird, but I don't know enough about the machine to know what's wrong with it. Why can't we investigate? Yeah. Investigation's off the cards for all of us, yeah. Not too long, Greg Z ran off after that without explaining himself. Right, that. Boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Let's tell us what you've learned. Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. What did the boss call them again? Forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? Thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but boss caught me at it. Well, you heard him giving me any info about it before from down here. So that's what that was about. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. There's some to him, Otto. Go on, see if you can get through to him. Yeah, but let me also, like, examine a little bit here. Because there's all of this shit on the floor. There's also that up against that tree. It's like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's nothing like a fabric I've ever seen before. Canvas, some sort of rubber backing. Piece of green cloth added. Freaking mess on the floor here. Fire here, yeah. Scattered ash and burnt embers, yeah. Small fire like this. That thing against the tree. That's definitely part of a machine, yeah. Drop door hid. Oh, that's not part of a machine. That's like a... That's a crossbow. Fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Can I open it in my court record and have a little look-see roundy? Wow, the back is fucking destructed. Lays a thick canvas with a thick rubber lining. I deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. Okay, we don't know enough about it. But I'm sure we're gonna find something that it matches up to eventually. Now this, for sure. Can I hit the little lever, maybe? Okay, I guess not. Press the thing. Some sort of lever here. There it is. There's a cross between a bow and a gun. It's a crossbow. Yeah. A folding crossbow is cool as fuck, though. But it's missing a bolt. I was right. Sort of a bow with an automatic firing mechanism. He shoots arrows, this guy? Could have been Kazuma and Kyoto archery training. And then the lever to pull it back. Yeah. I was able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device. Far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Go on, pull the trigger. Okay, well, now we know. Crossbow. Fully unfolded and done. Oh, we can point up. Ka-ching. Damn, we have a real zoom-in vision, don't we? That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. What's the wooden scaffold for? Coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. Get the body down, I think. Don't know, really. Ah, lookout duty more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition, keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. I don't know about through kinesis. I think maybe he was, like, shot. Experimentation stage. Can we go to the top of it? I think we just have to examine and then go up top. Yeah. Should go up there and investigate the exact spot. Let's do it. There's the big old machine. There's still sparks flying off. Someone unplug it, dude. Must have been a magnificent explosion. See my fair share. Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. fact, in his own words, explosions at the very essence of chemistry. One time, he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo. Anyway, that's enough about that. Time to investigate. Then he's gonna be like, no, it's not. Just looks confused. Examine, examine. Chimp, chimp, chimp. We're looking at the machine, I guess. And mercilessly. Someone starts in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Oh. Beamed, not blasted. I'm just a child, how should I know? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here... Uh-oh. That was just practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over here now, Gregsy. Please, your ladyship. Didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. Yeah, you're gonna have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Damn. I haven't had tea in a while. I should get some tea. Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow. We should be allowed to examine the scene. Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. I'm blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame. So, like, you can't look at it because it's proprietary stuff. You know what the government thinks it's playing out sometimes. Really, that's alright, isn't it, Gregsy? What was your ladyship? Anything you say, your ladyship. Please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will ya? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we? We would not dream of touching anything. No, never, never. Oh my god, no, never. William Turner. Damn, the Ferris wheel. That's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people. Why is it called a Ferris wheel? Is there a guy named Ferris? Why is it called a Ferris wheel? Ferris wheels are named after George Washington Gale Ferris Jr. Designed the original attraction for the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago. It was built to rival the Eiffel Tower. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that, man. But yeah, just a guy named Ferris. Named a lot of things, but also Ferris. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. It looks completely still. Because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. You might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Reno. Maybe. What's the freaking tank here? Everyone was lucky to escape unscathed, yeah. I'm not touching anything, I'm just looking. Can actually disassemble people, like the professor claims. He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. If I were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. We can't we? Yeah, because of the annoying rules. The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules. At the base of the machine is a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. Screwdriver with an A at the base? Handles in the shape of a capital letter A. A for Asman? I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. Very curious about this screwdriver. Really very, very curious. Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever. Fancy spotting something like this. Oh boy. I can't let you have it. I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly. Okay. He's left. He's gonna make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. Damn. Don't hold it against him. He's just a guy. He's just the guy. That big old temple over there. There we go. The big old frickin' scary chain thing. It's pointing towards the crystal tower. I shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. Beam people to the crystal tower. But is there like a receptor somewhere, or are you just beamed there and you just arrive in the form of loose molecules? The accident would never happen in the first place. Yeah. Balloon dangling silently in the skies over London. Never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful floating Tamari handballs. Well, there's gonna be other stuff, don't worry about it. I would like to try it. Without a cast iron guarantee the thing won't plummet to the ground. I'm too scared. Well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode. Okay. Well, yeah, the explosion's kind of a little worrisome. Is there anything else we can even do around here? I've looked at the machine. I've looked at the horn thing. Gajung. There's all of this mess. There's just so much stuff. It's hard to know what is and isn't anything. There's all this stuff in the back. You know what? Let's look at the friggin' temple then. Sorts of strange buildings here. Something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. I present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written specially. See if I can get Hurley into a jam against some Baritsu master ninjas. Baritsu. Samurais and Baritsu masters. I do know a prosecutor with a Chonmage top knot I could introduce you to. Really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you? He doesn't have it anymore. In fact. Oh, let's converse. Sorry. I thought he left. Then beam him across the crystal tower, yeah. Was it ever attempted in any capacity outside of, let's do it and send someone into the crystal tower? Bit surprised it was allowed, carrying out something so dangerous. Government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. I'm more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. They can be the first to develop some new technology. It makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. The special dispensation, yeah. Any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going to production. New highfalutin special dispensation, yeah. Only people with the permission to investigate here for some brand new department at the yard. Forensic investigation team, which is what the guy was really into. What's his face again? Strongheart, male Strongheart. That's what he was setting up. That whole department and the forensics. The old fool and see this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. Just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it. Ah. Hang on a second. What the fuck did she say? He's very head up. What the fuck does that mean? Google, help me. Highly excited, agitated, angry, or worried. The more you know. He's upset. I thought she was just calling him like hetero. Ah, Paul Gregsy. He's such a het. What's this new legal act? That means we're not allowed to touch this scene. Mia, Sunshine? Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Yeah. I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. Never gets rubber stamped. That's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, but forward by shammers like yourself. Like myself? Yeah, the backhanded drive-by. What the fuck? Might be fun to you. A member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Hang science, that's what I say. Don't hang science. That sounds like my dream job. You didn't think otherwise after spending a day gawning all these shammers bogus contraptions. Here's a point, sadly. Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. That's what they're all after. All these slammers, all these shammers. Slammers? Shammers. They're pog slammers. Oh my god. Who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. And science. Everyone's here trying to get a grant with whatever half-baked research idea they have, yeah. Came back to Britain specially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. He was at university with Lord Van Zeeks. That's news to me. Yeah. Blimey. Man's beyond me. Don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zeeks, morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that. Yes. He's fine. We went to visit him. Right, glad to hear it. Still the Reaper. We're very Reaper-centric this case. It does feel like the game is gonna be all about the Reaper stuff from now on. Like, that's gonna play into the bigger mystery of the game, is what I'm saying. There still has to be, like, a Moriarty. Like, come on. You can't have a Holmes without a Moriarty. You can't have a Sholmes without a Mortimer, you know? Even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Notion of Reaper of the Bailey came about. Scotland Yard suspected Van Zeeks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands. He failed to seal the deal in court. Done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached, he's got nothing to do with it. Yeah. Someone's doing it, or something is doing it, but it's not him. History after all, innit? That's the whole point of the Reaper. I was a totally different person, easygoing and kind. You what? Yep. Something happened to him. No clue. I don't know, man. You kind of activated and the music went like plung, and then it flashed on the screen. So I'm thinking maybe you do know something. Holy shit, it is rotating. I hadn't noticed. Damn, they got me with it. It is very slowly spinning. Damn. You know what? Well fucking played. So it's like a proper 3D model. Because like the sticks move, you know, in a way where, wow. You know what? Wow. You know what? Wow. Should go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, right? Damn. Iris was like, you're really gonna call me a nuisance? Right, you done here, Mr. Naruto? About time you were leaving, or rather, it is about time you were leaving. Got law here now. The forensics people. Forensic investigation team. They'll be sending us away, everyone. Girl has him pissing. Oh, that hit the spot. Hits it every time. Well, he might know something, mightn't he? Mightn't he? Mightn't I, the Gristle? Fuck, I need to listen to the dollop some more. It's been a while. I've changed my main podcast to a different one, but I need to get back on that dollop grind. In the middle of some big K's, isn't he? Madame Tuspels. Tuspels? Madame Tuspels. Our most popular attraction in London at the moment. Very close to Baker Street, actually. Could go now if you like. That's where Hully is. Now, Madame Tussauds in real life is a wax figure museum. So if this is also a wax figure museum, I have to wonder if the wax figure plays into it somehow. Like, in fact, the guy that got strapped here was a wax figure. And then the real guy went over there, but then he also got killed. Tell me to keep it a secret from you, Runo. Madame Tuspels. Oh, I guess we don't even have it, but we can go there. Yeah, waxwork exhibits. So it is wax stuff. Is it like crimes? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. They're all wax models. Amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Runo? Shocked? I read about dead bodies and wax ones in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. Called adipocere. Form readily. I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. An old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. They're not real. Damn. You really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Boy, anybody can make models of people that are this realistic. They're all such gruesome scenes. Hey man, what's going on? How we doing? Wait. I must be seeing things. Hey, is that arm actually a dead guy, though? I'm thinking it might be. Please do not touch the statues. What's the plaque say? Some infamous murderer? Called Jane the Ripper. All victims were young women. It's just a sign of a... Why are you so scared? You do this for a living. I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. Trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in the victim's gore. No. Doesn't mention anything about the bathtub. Sorry, don't think it's significant. Why is the bathtub there, though? Yeah. Is this anything? I see feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it. It was Tuspel's special exhibit. England's most notorious killers. You want to pay the extra fee and have a look? It's only a suggestion. But the arm over there, it's for sure like a real dead guy. Can't tell what's waxwork and what's a real human. That guy sitting down's got to be real. It's closing time. All the visitors have gone home. They suddenly start moving about. Damn, so he's like scared of waxwork, is he? That policeman is apparently not a thing. Is this Jack the Ripper? It's a funny place for a little ladder. Step ladder? What is it? Something wrong? This is in Japanese. We have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that. We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder, or just steps. Be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Bruno. That's how wars are started. We got the step ladder. I love the step ladder bit is so just random, but you know, when it's not there, you miss it. I don't know what that is. When an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test their sword. Your waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Did you model it, do you think, Renault? Doing that Sujiri thing you mentioned. Hey man, what's going on? The great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Not a wax statue. He is world famous after all. Look, Bruno, you can kick this Hully and doesn't move a muscle. Can't go around. Yeah, he's like, ouch. It just moved, I'm sure. Not just a little bit either. He's blinking. Beads of sweat on his face.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling at such manners if you have seen something truly abhorrent. Every time he's like, oh, you didn't notice me, and now we noticed him, and he pretended still. Iris, what possessed you? Surely forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruto. That kick. Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You wounded me. Bruno has something I need to ask you. Question. Probably be getting bored too. So here we are. You know, okay. Can't deny your timing was impeccable. Mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that, my great brain upon which all my success has been built would have turned to wax. Wax to wax. Anyways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Yeah. Let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? Well, you're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Moreover, I have a strong suspicion it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. For now, I must return to my work. Why is he being a temporary waxwork exhibit? If I talk to him, is he gonna say anything? Madame Tuspel came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Then she opened this little waxwork museum last year. It's enjoyed great popularity in London. They aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxworked muzzle models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of the victims of the guillotine. That is pretty fucking grim. Gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Would make the models directly from the corpses right there at the site. This is one of several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth to it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, but people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. I would imagine the Great Exhibition would actually mean there's more people coming, because there's people that come to London for the Great Exhibition, and they're like, as long as we're here, let's hit up some other touristy stuff, you know? They even stiffen out and the models of them. My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. Yeah. All portrayals of real events actually took place. I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Back to waxwork. Why are you temporary waxwork? Exactly what you say. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Every half an hour, I come in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare them. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Yeah, but why? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money. Why do you need the money? As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous Iris to consider. Doesn't Iris make incredible fucking money with the stories? I'm so hungry. Okay. They do the theater so hard, but I love it. Push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruto. What is my bit? Mine? How about a photograph? We'll have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Remember, Mr. Naruto, ignore me at your peril. Back to it. He cursed me, and then he went back to being a golden statue. What is it you'd like to ask me, then? About Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, friend Mr. Reaper. Well, how'd you find him? Well, I trust. He was fine. He was fine. About Professor Hairbrain. About everything. Wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person. And Sholmes sounded like he knew. It's so mouse-like, the whole fit. I love it so much. I never realized how mouse-coded she is until just now. Something going on here in this exhibit hall. Something was afoot. You believed it was related. Yeah, it's that guy's arm poking through the curtain. Seems we've reached... Oh. Well, hello, fine shit. You're Madame Tussaud? Sorry, Tuspel? He's back to it. My apologies, I'm Esmeralda Tuspels. It's my museum of waxwork. Sure. Oh, she's French, so true. Though only 26 years young, I might add. She's 26. Wait, I'm 26. What's up, Esmeralda? I'm a madame in name only. There's a certain je ne sais quoi. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toilet trouble. Damn, damn. she's got him whipped. Yeah, I know. We gotta explore and find the fucking thing. Make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspels? I did. I'm the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know? Okay, Frenchy. It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution. Your grandmother lived through the French Revolution? You're 26. Which means you were born on around 1875. Your mother must have had you. Let's be generous, put her on the late side of things. 30, 35. When she was 35, let's say. So it was 1740 that your mother was born. Ish. Wait, no, 1840. I'm skipping a whole century. 1840. And the French Revolution was 1789, I believe, is when it started. Was it? Or was 1789 the taking of the Bastille? Well, around thereabouts, but it's like sort of the late 1700s. So that's like 50 years of year. Like, in between then and now, there's 10 plus 100 plus 111 years or thereabouts. Your grandmother during the revolution? It could have happened, but I feel like your family would have had to have children sort of pretty old for what is usual in these times. So that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness. They do look as though they were alive. They look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. The hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifeliness. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Do not fear. This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. Do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope. I like how they keep blinking in and out and there's just that arm poking through the curtain. Yeah, what's with Sholmes? He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. My dear madame, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Words to that effect. That sounds like him. Naturally, I'm well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. Yes, the creme de la creme, so I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. Sadly, we were unable to agree terms. For me, 500 pounds, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Damn. Oh, works to that effect. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. I would think not, but he was very insistent. 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. So it was today then. Pawnbroker, that's what it is. Must have something to redeem. The stories must be paying incredible money, Iris, though. Are you publishing them on Wattpad, dude? Like, you must be making money. Anything going on in the museum? Some kind of incident? Oh. Music dies. Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Mr. Sholmes himself. Oh, he's gone. Wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object of trade. When you shouldn't be working, do you wish to be melted down? Oh my god, the way the whole screen kind of fogs up a little with the hot vapor. My dear Madame Tuspels, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Is the deduction spectacular? I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. But please be aware that I prefer, no, I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Before I engage my analytical process, I must ask you to clarify something. What prey is behind that curtain? That spells special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. Yeah. Must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? No, there's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame? There's an arm poking through, yeah. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. But only a soupçon. Meaning only a little, I'm assuming? What does soupçon translate to? 139. I peeked behind the curtain earlier. Two-cell special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. Yet somewhat surprisingly, waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. That's one of the jurors. No? I feel like I've definitely seen this man before. Man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. Afraid no, my dear fellow, he's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even waxwork, in fact. Skillfully made as these waxworks are, they're always distinguishable for real humans. Allow me to present my two conclusions. First, a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. And the second, the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. She made a wax figure of the guy. If you agree to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Deduction spectacular! Waxwork's fate. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from the bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. What does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. The answer lies where your eyes will fall. And a public notice? I don't think so. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of £200. Now let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? The man has suffered a severe shock, cause of which is clearly known to you. Fortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such shocking blow was, of course, the £200. I don't think so. You twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. Yeah, he rashly agreed. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. The money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene you see. He collapsed in shock. I don't think so, no. Can only play the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Waxwork was sold for cash. I don't think so, no. That guy was hit over the head with not this, but something else on your person. Presumably something that is hidden around back of you. What has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider the problem for a moment. Immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe. Not the neckerchief. Probably the plaque or something around. Such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. This young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. That's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. Turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightful visage. He hasn't moved a muscle, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. Noticed it at once, of course. Observe. Threepence, a tragically low price, you might say. Perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. Damn, you really just gonna say that? I'm pretty sure that's a guy. Sort of plucky behavior that should to attract the attention of Scotland Yard, isn't that so, madam? No. Yeah, these have definitely gone faster, which I do appreciate quite a bit. This concludes it. I don't think that was quite it, my guy. You have, Hurley, you have. Obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. Yeah, 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. I mean, he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? Killer policeman Automole. Mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. Police rushed to the scene every time and later find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. Particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages if that puts things in perspective. Damn, to buy a car. Let me fix your deductions, yeah. Make some minor corrections to the detective's deductions. Of course, it's alright. I like that Iris is like letting me do this, because isn't she actually incredibly at deductions, as she proved the first time we ever met her? Seeing this famously great detective and temporarily exhibit at work. Together with me. Fixing everything. Alright. Let's speed until the moment. Yeah. Significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the public notice. I don't think so. Well, anyway, the 200 pounds could have some other significance. What else around here? Oh, well, there it is. Note on the wall. Let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. Price for the same return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon at 23rd October. It's a ransom. They ransomed a wax sculpture.
Take that!
So it is her own money. Significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the ransom note. Quite so. We must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. Special importance. I put together all the money I have. In summary, then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. The man collapsed on the floor. It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock from reading the note. Fortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. It's not the 200 pounds. Or is it then that he brought back the waxwork and she knocked him out and kept it and disguised it, and it's one of those two in the background? Yeah, to understand the beauty of the deduction process, yeah. What is she trying to hide? Long hair braid. She really does have the sort of the wizard vibe going on, doesn't she? Because of course. Hand of Madame. Is that her hand, though? I don't think so. I mean, her right hand wouldn't look like that, though. But it's a left, yeah. This is a left hand as well. It's very stiff, too. It's really odd. It's a wax hand.
Take that!
The waxward hand. Indeed, with a solid waxward limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. A hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that in fact it's a left hand. Somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It's the hand of a waxwork model. Damn. Can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. An arm. Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. Yeah. I had to teach the man a lesson. Confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. The result, the scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. Killer has been kidnapped. Now, where is it? The man standing over there. His neckerchief. No, not the neckerchief. Who is the fellow? Yeah. Anyway, judging from Madame Taspel's reaction, we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Well, that's the waxwork with the arm ripped off of it, yeah. Yeah.
Take that!
Dude, I'm kind of popping off on this deduction, I'm not gonna lie. I love the little dancing back and forth. No such boneless human walks this earth, of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact defying all odds a waxwork model. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. Simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally. Yeah. Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. As if he were a waxwork. But is he not a waxwork? Is he, like, dead? Observe. Not the price tag. Probably the yellow neckerchief. Yeah. Have a good look around. Price tag. Well, his leg is twitching, so he's a real man, I would say. Must be a Twitch, yeah. Twitch.tv/GalliumGG.
Take that!
The obvious Twitch.tv/GalliumGG. The most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a Twitch. In other words, the splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. He's here to, yeah, he's here to see who comes back to get the money, right? Clearly fatigued, sound asleep, yeah. Then, what's this tag about showing the price of 3 pence? Price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. You've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Secret sign to show some criminal activity is currently underway. See, we finally arrive at the truth. Damn. The especially ruthless skiller from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. Scotland Yard are already investigating. And we've done it. Good work. Still a mystery. Well, can you tell us who the killer was? The back-to-back poses are so good. Elementary. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. If anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. As you shouldn't. Anyway. Damn. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I'd been led to believe. Oh my god, girl. Girl. My god. I am in peak territory. Gratified you enjoyed this spectacle. As for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. I would never. We have like an open relationship going on. It's the waxwork from the special display, but was indeed genuinely adopted. Magically it was. Recount us the events. Yeah. What happened? Very well. After I told you what I know, I must insist you return to your work. Be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Well, you know. It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. Immediately noticed a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. Found a ransom note in its place. It was a model of some horrible criminal. Was it? A particularly horrible criminal, in fact. A killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Professor Moriarty? Professor case happened around the time I was born, didn't it? Indeed, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. Exactly the time that Baruch von Zieks graduated from university, in fact. That's linked. Did someone in his family die because of the professor? It was the professor case. Who was the professor? Damn, we are in peak territory. We're getting lore. It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. 5 victims? You know, I mean, that's pretty bad, but it's not so terrible. I mean, okay, it's, you know what I mean though. Like, I would expect like the big boo professor to be like, oh, he killed like 25 people. Now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy, though of course he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. Must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is the professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty, sent shockwaves through the country's administration. And Baruch von Zieks definitely has some streak of nobility in him. Well, I mean, okay, the guy in prison, the harebrained dude, did say that he is the young darling of the whatever X or Y noble family. There was a harebrained said, from a family with noble blood. Yeah. It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. Last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name Clint von Zieks. That's the guy that the painting is made of in the place, yeah. The wake of his older brother's murder, the young Baruch pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. Damn. Afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. For all, I have work to do. Nice waxwork exhibit. You sure do. And he's a drunk. We must fix him. And he's racist. Let's not forget, he's racist. Tragic past to drunk racist. He is basically... Oh. To visit me here. Oh, damn. Look at them. It's been too long, it really has. Delighted to see you, Baruch. Yeah, been 10 years. And here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. Can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Osman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. The court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough. I sure am. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. Well, as much as I can prove something without actually looking at the scene of the crime. I must warn you. I know, I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really? Never mind. No, you have my best interest at heart. Cute. I wouldn't entrust it to anyone else. Of course, fully understand. Thank you, Barak. Until tomorrow. He looks like... I don't know how to put it. He looks a little too Castlevania, I think is the thing. Like, I'm talking about like the Castlevania anime. You know what I mean? He looks a little too Castlevania for the... I think that's kind of what's throwing me off about him. His art style, his everything is a little too freaking hot vampire style, which isn't what anyone else is like in this universe. By the way, guys, in little bits and pieces, during this week, I rewatched all of Steven Universe, and holy shit, dude, it's so good. It's so good. I missed it so bad. Steven Universe is such a good fucking show. I need to remind myself to watch it yearly, because it like it cracks my my ego and my sort of my emotions open, sort of like a walnut, you know, a little. It brings me out of my shell a little every time I watch it. It's a very good show, emotionally speaking. Plus, with the benefit of hindsight and having rewatched it now after a few years of not watching it, Steven Universe Future is kind of a good season, actually. Like, it's uncomfortable as fuck to watch, and it's very different from the rest of the show, but it's good. Plus, now they're making a new show, a new spin-off, and I'm so excited about it. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. Atmospheric pressure here is off the charts. Never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I think you're just nervous. Well, this is Britain's highest court. They're telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure. You're just nervous. Ah, yes, well. You won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? Counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Is this a 2-day trial? Someone tell me, is it a 2-day trial? Or is it a 1-day trial? This is important. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, how do we do? That's very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. Took me at least an hour to wake him. Are you? Sherlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir, I am he. Sherlock Sholmes. I've heard all about your exploits even whilst living in Germany. Ah yes, Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too. This month's installment was sublime. Deduction in the Adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. It's 2-day. Wow. Why the cases take so long? Ah, that was the Speckled Band. Well, thank you for coming, yeah. Thank you for showing up, at least. Sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow. I'm afraid I can't stay. I've urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. Back to waxwork? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. A week's wages depend on it. So that's the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. With my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. Quite, Iris, quite. Life is riddled with irony, you know? Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Yes, quite. Definitely. Absolutely. I totally understand. Wish you all the best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Why, thank you. Yeah. Word in your ear, if you please. Okay. As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor is quite impossible. It's an 8-hour case. Which means it's going to be 10 hours for me, as it is. Would it be he fervently believes it's possible, but it's not, yeah. I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. How did it succeed? Exactly. Now I must hurry along. Wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. You're on your own today, Runa. Chin up, you can do it. Afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. So why'd you come here, then? A big surprise for you when you find out what it is. For me. Is it Susato related? I hope Susato comes back. I've been missing her around. Scientist who's convinced it did, yeah. October. Oh my god, an all-new jury. Holy. Sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Hairbrain. Call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Yes, everyone's ready. It's been a while, hasn't it? Oh, she's not here. Yeah. Does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? Aw. Recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odiasman. He was here until recently, yeah. Only a month ago, the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Van Zeeks. I don't know, remember if he appears or not. He better. He's such a fucking G, Bruce Fairplay. 2 days ago, 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. We were so blessed to have him on so many trials. That is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. His death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Hairbrain. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Damn. You know? She's got a long neck. But she's kind of bad. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Oh god, a fucking magician. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials. Oh, nothing more than perform. You had to come in for when I'm sighing over a baddie, huh? Can't fucking look good in front of my streamer friends for like a minute. Fuck, man. Any spurious scholar defies the reputation of science, the first deserves to hang. Okay. Wow. This man's got 4 cheeks. That's crazy, dude. We have to listen to one say on both sides of the fence and settle on one. That's it, isn't it? It's the policeman from the wax house, I think. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Hey, dude, put that shit away. Holy fuck, man. He really about to pull a que se sienten, coño. Police killer. Uttermo lookalike, yeah. Juror food outside, please. You have a problem with the food and not the fucking revolver? Everyone's got 4 cheeks. Okay, that man's got 6, actually. He is double cheeked out. In fact, on a Saturday evening. Incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Yeah, nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned to a nightmare for the spectators. The eyes of all London, no, the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion. Let me try a thing real quick. Sorry, I wanna see what happens if I do one thing. If I do one thing. If I do one thing. If I do. Yeah. I guess color correction. What does this do? Ooh. Can have different like hues on the frame. Okay, well, I might play around with that at some point. So it's just so it's not just the frame moving around, but the color shifting a little, sort of slowly. So it's not a little, so it doesn't get kind of stale. He just looks they made him too hot for the game. Part of this accident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. Government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage. It's crazy because it's like the whole premise of the science is you get disassembled first and you get assembled second. If I was defending my client in this case, I would be like, hey, the man signed up for an experiment where you get disassembled by strong electricity. Need I say more? He got disassembled by strong electricity. And beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Not really, no. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness. How shocking. She's funny too. She's funny too. Juror number 2. I've got it down. I've got it bad for juror number 2 right now. Whole idea is absurd. Hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. It would not. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. Okay, how do you feel about subatomic particles? Oh, I didn't realize I was clicking. Yeah, it's impossible. The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. Oh, damn. Professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused may use the invention built on his new hypothesis to make Mr. Asman's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim, or so they say. You would not catch me eating corn if I was a juror. I mean, you would not catch me eating corn on the cob. Fucking, like, in front of people. Corn on the cob is an extremely intimate affair for me. Because that shit gets stuck between your teeth. It makes your hands all like wet and awful. It... Like, it's tasty, don't get me wrong, but... We'll now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Relinquish shame. I relinquish shame. But I have eaten corn on the cob. Like, okay, you would not catch me in a room being the only person eating corn on the cob. I'm gonna fix it. If it's a place where it's served and other people are having it, yeah, fuck it, whatever. You know, we're all, you know, let's roll around in the mud together. Let's be little piggies together. Hey, hey, hello. Everyone's joining when I'm saying the most questionable shit. Welcome back from locking in. I hope you enjoyed your stay. What was I saying? You would not catch me in a room being the only person eating corn on the cob. If it's other people eating corn on the cob as well, then yes. You know, if we're all kind of doing that, then yes. I would not be the only person eating corn on the cob. Corner hit? Let's fucking go. Thank you. Thank you. New quote. Yippee. Yippee. Oh, let's see. Let's give me a... eating corn on the cob. If it's just me, yes. Because that stuff gets, like, stuck in your teeth. It gets... When was the first quote? Wow. Almost 2 years ago now. Isn't that crazy? This is my third year. Third year? I streamed all of 24, all of 25. Yeah. It's my third year of stream. What the fuck, guys? Ew, my third year of streaming. God. Joined and heard piggies together. Nah, linking toes is awful. It makes your feet cramp. I mean, I wouldn't know. Birthday stream where you eat burritos. My birthday was... What day is it today? 4/18. Like, month and a week ago. Stream birthday. Stream birthday was January 6th. Actually, I think my first stream ever might have been January 6th. So, you know, I have an alibi. I have an alibi, guys. I think my first ever stream might have been January 6th, 2024. I think so. We would actually know by checking my YouTube. Let's go channel on YouTube, videos, and sort by oldest. Because I uploaded my first stream. It was January 6th, 2024. First stream, Be Nice to Me or I Will Cry. It was called. And I meant it. I meant that shit. And 2024. Oh wait, what year was the raid? I don't know. That 2020, I have to imagine, because that's when Biden won. 2019, 2020, right? The raid? You calling it the raid? Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Oh. Albert Habrain as a scientist. What a downgrade? Who's the upgrade to what? Born in England, but I've been carrying out research in Germany in recent years. Correct. Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. Hey, demonstrate your hypothesis. That's not... You don't demonstrate hypotheses, you demonstrate findings. If it's still a hypothesis, fucking work on it until it's finding. Until it's reproducible findings. Yeah. Incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it, they must have done. It was a terrible accident, but demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Oh no, he's hot. Damn, the little pince-nez with the dangling stuff on it. Damn. Just gonna explain the thing I want to study. Maybe the premise of the experiment. Wish me luck. I know. You don't build a fucking big old thing of... Was this man really disassembled by electricity, though? Like, are we sure about that? There's a lot of broken glass in the background. There's some behind my camera here, but just trust that there's a bit more broken glass, and that's kind of it. From this photo alone, there isn't much. You're like, get hold of yourself, and here you are thirsting over... Well, okay, at this point, you know, I've told you, I watched Steven Universe this week. I am beyond the old self that I used to be. If people are hot, they're hot. Whoa, 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 hang on. Someone got rammed straight into what? Someone got rammed straight into what? That's right, my lord. Since the victim rammed straight into it. Oh my goodness, guys. Did he? Courts heard the victim of the incident was Mr. Odiasman. When will this gay shit stop being? I know, I've thought about it. I'm like, damn. It's like, I still believe I am very much straight, you know? I've never been real life attracted to a man. You know? But I do wonder if this is one of those things that, like, in like 5 years, it's gonna be like, well, he was making a lot of jokes about being into men. Femboy cross-dressing plotline. I'm sorry, I do not have femboy anything, really. I am very much a victim of testosterone. I thought I heard someone like full chest sobbing in the apartment above. I was like, whoa. It was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. He's accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. The explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration. That's right. Must be it. My splendid machine. My poor splendid machine. You saw it. Can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Yeah. The wreckage? But it is pretty wrecked, yeah. Can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Simply. Isn't that right, witness? Oh, sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, it was a murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. Okay, explain. America, explain. Explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. Thank you. Corpse that went crashing through Crystal Tower had a broken neck. Never mind, a miscalculation in the angle of the beam projecting, that's all. That was my mistake. Post-mortem examination revealed another injury. Fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp and right in the heart. Victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. I see. What if It wasn't a clock though, but he did ram straight through some glass. Like he could have been stabbed with that. Honestly, eating something out of a newspaper cone is fucking incredible. I haven't been back home during the fall for years on account of I live in the stinky US now. But back home during the fall, people set up on the streets cooking like they roast chestnuts on like barrel fires, like, you know, like those steel drum fires. And then you just go in and you pay them like a couple bucks, and then they put them in a little roasting chestnuts on an open fire, literally. Yeah. And then they give them to you all already cracked. I mean, you have to crack them before cooking them, otherwise they explode. And then you just get a cone of chestnuts, and they're so fucking good, man. One of my favorite things to do would be on my way back from hanging out with some friends or something. It's like the evening. It's not night yet, but like we had some sort of semblance of dinner. So I'm not gonna eat a full meal after, but it's pretty fucking cold because it's like the dead of fall, you know, and it gets kind of chilly and dark out early. And you just grab a little cone of those and it warms your hands up so good. And then you like have them on the way back, or you just sit somewhere and just have them. Dude, fuck, I miss it. I miss it so bad. Coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say the victim was killed twice by the accused. Yeah. Okay. No, couldn't be further from the truth. Except, oh, experiment plan document. Oh, the protocol. Me when I draw a little fucked up guy in my protocol. Me when I'm about to do some experiments on my fucked up guy. The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. Yeah. The second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. But that's not what it looks like here. This shit is pointed straight up. He would have been beamed up there right now, not down here. There was a large explosion. There we go. Blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair. It subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. That is some bullshit. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. Machine was just too powerful. Honestly, really, I swear it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Do you have the sharp murder weapon? This is the autopsy report. Okay, let's have it. We don't have the experiment plan. Give me autopsy report, or give me death. Saw the whole ludicrous performance. Yeah, whatever. Autopsy. Coroner Courtney Scythe? Courtney Scythe? Okay. Is this relevant? I feel like we haven't seen the coroner's name on autopsy reports so far. Details: Odie Asman, male, 47, British, 21st October around 2:20 p.m. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact at a certain fall from considerable height. Okay. Now, you say stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. Mayhaps a bolt from a crossbow? The only other person on stage with Mr. Asman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. Really, by all accounts, it must have been him. They drew her fucking... They were on something when they drew her God damn. Need to focus here. It's been a while. That's fine, dude. It's like riding a bike. Just point and yell objection. Go on ludicrous tangents. Delay, delay, delay. Eventually the truth will come out. Not a broken neck. And you know what? We'll just press it. We'll just press it all. This is tradition. Which highlights something else about this whole rum business. The kinesis was a success. Engaged with the fella in sight, suddenly disappeared out of nowhere in midair. What was the cause of the fatal disaster? Yeah.
Hold it!
Miscalculation in the angle. Calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right. That's the point. Calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. Considered every possible variable. I just don't understand how this could have happened. You had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time. Ah. Crackling comets? The answer should have been 3? What is this, fucking Adventure Time?
Hold it!
Another fatal injury to the chest. Didn't think I'd have to spell this out. Here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose. Yeah. First, we thought the bloke had died due to spine snapping. You'll get your answer once I'm finished, my fish and chips. Once you finish the... Okay, fuck. We're gonna die of old age. It's a bottomless bag. We all know it's a bottomless bag. It's true magic. 30 feet into a glass tower. Would be reasonable to assume that's the cause of death. But it was a red herring. He was stabbed.
Hold it!
Yeah. We knew nothing about this. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Uh-huh. One is of particular interest. Oh, the screwdriver that we found. Ah, ha, ha, ha. There he is. My trusty little companion, Andrew. The screwdriver has a name? Do you know each other already? One of my dear friends, like all my tools. Name them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Is that why it's got an A on the handle? Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, you see. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Uh-huh, there's a red stain on his shank. It's blood. Is it the victim's blood? Long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough to hear. As a defense attorney, not gonna lie. That's pretty rough to hear. Can I look at it? Can I look at the screwdriver a little closer? Come on a little bit close. This at the bottom almost looks like a screw itself. But also, this little notch here almost kind of makes it so it would also be able to be shot from that crossbow, right? Yeah. Found poking through the grill and the base of what remains of the machine. Very distinctive handle. This, it's almost like, I forget what it's called. What is it called on arrows? When they have the little notch that you can knock an arrow with. It is very much flathead, and it's very much bloody too. This is blood. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. They're full of blood and stuff. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, well. Great. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's his. Before he went anywhere, this fella's the only one who could have done it.
Hold it!
No, he's not. Distance. Do you really need to ask? Only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. And the accused, Professor Hairbrain, we know for certain before the experiment, the victim was alive. Following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body.
Great Scott!
Great Scott! Oh no.
Excuse me.
You have some information that might be relevant here. Please? Help me? Sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. Uh-huh. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman, as you say. Okay. Cold-hearted policemen may not be aware, I suppose. Humans are warm-blooded animals with blood running continuously through their veins. I'd heard. Okay. Surely you see, if I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. Thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. Not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. That's true. Not one. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. What? Okay. His hair is like a Ratatouille chef hat. I also watched Ratatouille this week. Oh, man. I put a lot of, like, second monitor shit on while I was doing the project. Ratatouille. The omniscient serpent of everything. Is that what they call you? Damn. Ordar. I love his little ordar. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. No, you have said that before. Which is fascinating, because this is like a recurring theme with you then. Oh, you're too kind, Barak, but I'm really not a patch on you. No, you're not. Wow, I thought you guys were friends or something. You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. The thing is not removed. Enlighten the court. Weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. No, because it was found stuck in the grill of the machine.
Objection.
So, no, actually. Say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding, which is... I mean, not a general truth. I mean, okay, sort of, my bad. Generally, actually, probably kind of true. But the man was stabbed pretty much squarely in the heart. That's gonna bleed no matter what. That's where the blood pressure is highest. It's not unequivocal. There was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. About this screwdriver, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves on the experimentation stage. And Gregson can attest to it. The detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, now you come to mention it, yeah. You permitted me to investigate, yeah. Okay, I didn't investigate. I just looked. I just let him look, nothing more. Indeed, and I did not touch a thing. Screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. It shouldn't have been, according to your description of events. If the stool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, it shouldn't have still been on the stage. Well, if we're saying the victim's body was disassembled and then reassembled somewhere else, the screwdriver might have dropped out of him. But also, okay. See, this is where shit like that kind of falls apart a little, because are you breaking up every bond in a person's body? It takes different types of energy to break different types of bonds. Not to say nothing of the fact that humans, I mean, okay, animals, vertebrates in general are pretty fucking hardcore, because bones are organic, sure, but they're made of calcium, and that shit is a metal. I think it's like maybe like a transition metal, but it's a metal. We basically have like steel, not steel, but metal beams in our body that we move around. That's how we are made. And that shit is, you know, assembled differently than muscle, and assembled differently than hair and then skin. You know, like, you can't just apply the same level of electricity to a guy and take him apart bit by bit like that. That's not how it works. It'll break even the strongest of ionic bonds or whatever. Yeah. But you're like, if you blast someone with that much fucking electricity, they're just dead. I mean, I suppose we have to ignore the fact that people die if you electrocute them in order to do this experiment. Should have been beamed across to the crystal tower along with Mr. Asman. Found still lodged in the victim's chest. They're born again on the other side of the beam. Somebody wasn't listening. No, like, that's the thing. No, in fact, I'm well aware that this is what the idea they are saying is. But again, crazy, because there isn't anything on the other side of the beam, right? There isn't like a receptor. There isn't like a thing that emits the beam and a thing that receives the beam. The beam is emitted until it reaches a point, and then the person just reassembles itself, which is a crazy thing to assume, because it's like that combination of atoms doesn't spontaneously form into a human being, and that combination of atoms doesn't spontaneously form into their clothes. A lot of the things that go into making a human are reactions that don't actually want to happen, that you have to force to happen. They are endothermic reactions. Odie should have reappeared naked. I'm saying he should not have reappeared at all. Should have been like a pile of water and simple like carbon molecules of anything, because that's probably the stuff that gets formed naturally. Where'd his clothes go? And he had them on him. Everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest, it would have beamed as well. They used to call me the pile of water, simple carbon molecules. You know, if that's the kindest thing someone has to say about you, you need to take like a long, hard look in the mirror. So like someone calling someone like a waste of carbon. Wasn't that in Project Hail Mary? It was in Project Hail Mary. That's why it came to mind. Ryan Gosling's character was kicked out of scientific society for suggesting that non-carbon and non-water and carbon-based life forms could exist. And they laughed him out of the room. And then he told the most eminent scientist in the field that he was a waste of carbon and water. Haven't fucking seen Project Hail Mary. You should. It's a good movie. It's weirdly mainly a comedy. Ryan Gosling makes it into a very effective comedy. I need to read the book first. Oh, yeah, you can do that. I'm not gonna spoil any of it, but it's, yeah. The region locked? And you can't access it? What do you mean region locked? I can only conclude the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Is that the scientist? I've been doing your voice dirty. Yeah, I had it saved and it said you can't access this audiobook in your region. You should get it through... What is it called? I have the apps. You should get it through Libby or Hoopla. I think Hoopla is the one that is audiobooks mainly. Hoopla is the public library stuff. I don't know if it can't be exclusively California or LA. I think that's like worldwide, but you just link it to a public library account. Like if you have an account with your library, you just link it with that and you can just get audiobooks. You have like a few X amount of borrows free for a month, and it's fantastic. I strongly recommend it. Hoopla is the app. I used to listen to a lot of audiobooks on there when I was taking long drives every day. Now that I don't anymore, I've kind of fallen off the wagon a little. Bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruto, don't worry. Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. Is he about to declare himself guilty? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. Do you want to not make yourself sound guiltier? Holy shit, dude. It seems your illusions have been shattered. Okay, dude, did you have to do that? This brilliant scientist's explanation. Oh, suddenly he's a brilliant scientist, is he? Scientists. Whoa, whoa, we're not all like that. That guy is, but we're not all like that. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Apollo Justice? Apollo... A pile of just ice? To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Cannot transport metal, you say. What about the man's pince-nez? That's metal. Hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto isn't an inconsistency at all. Also, again, calcium is a metal. The bones would not have moved, right? Is calcium a metal? Calcium is it's a metal. The man's bones would have stayed in place and just like a sack of flesh would have displaced the whole metal cage he was standing in. That too. Hey, you bring up a really good point. Actually, no, that was wood. The cage is made out of wood, it seems like. And the straps are rope or sort of cloth or what is this material? Whatever the fuck this material is. And this is wood also. But his pince-nez is very much metal. Point just raised by Mr. Naruto isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. I have a duty to protect the incredible machine we built together. Welcome back. Thrust of your testimony. Well, do they have zippers already, or was it button flies? When did they start putting flies in pants? Button flies on trousers became common in the early 18th century. The modern zipper fly was introduced in the 1920s. Damn, it was only button flies until then? Only ants. Only ants. Yeah, when you would like stand on like a anthill and they would crawl up your leg and stuff. That used to happen a lot. Has that ever happened to you guys? It's happened to me. Since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest. This is, again, ignoring the fact that calcium is a metal. Ignoring the fact that hemoglobin has iron in it. Like, this is such bullshit. The man would have just been transported as a bloodless sack of flesh, and his skeleton and fucking iron would have just been there. There's a lot of calcium in the body as well. Calcium is used as a signaling molecule. Zinc is a metal. Zinc is used in DNA recognizing machinery. Zinc fingers are used a lot. What else? Magnesium. Magnesium is a metal. Magnesium is used in DNA elongation. Like, there's a lot of metal in your fucking body just floating around, dude. Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer. It does not hold for shit, my guy. I'm sorry. Had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. Oh, there it is. Whose side are you on here? Science. I don't take sides, Mr. Naruto. No, no, no. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. Upholding your hypothesis is so fucked up. You're not supposed to uphold your hypothesis. You're supposed to test your hypothesis and uphold the results. You're a bad scientist. Anyway, I feel like I can just go frame one. I feel like I can just go frame one. Metal would not be transported. Ponsnez, done. Hey man, the fuck are you talking about? According to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed. Yes, that's right. Spot on, exactly correct. Take a look at the photograph. Take a look at this photograph. He is wearing glasses with a metal rim. Oh, metal can't. That's not metal? Yeah, there we go. Was found on the stage. However, your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome. His glasses would be found in the same place. Or I guess the frame of the glasses would have stayed, and the glasses themselves, the actual lenses, would have gone across. Like, it's just crazy, man. His plans would have fallen open. Well, no, they wouldn't have. Right? He was probably wearing, like, suspenders or some shit. This isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is flawed. This is like a PhD defense right now. Ordar. Alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place. It is entirely possible the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. They used to call me Zinc Fingers. Damn. Damn. You out here recognizing guanines? Is it guanines? I think the Zinc Fingers recognize guanines. Yeah, dude, like, metal is used for so much fucking stuff in your body. It's crazy to be like, well, actually, everything would have been transported except metal. There's so many fucking metals in your body, dude. Like, so many. Don't even try from your ass. You got guanine. Do Zinc Fingers? Yeah. Readily recognize guanine bases after binding to guanine-rich DNA sequences. Exactly. Yeah. It is guanine. Dude, I'm kind of learning shit in my master's program, huh? Who would have guessed I'm learning shit? As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. That's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. Great Scott, are you suggesting my science is suspect? Oh, absolutely. This man they let him bring his test tubes. He's just swishing it back and forth. This isn't doing anything. Oh my god, never mind, it is. It's changing colors. Dude. Dude, how many colors does it go through? Start at purple, then yellow, then blue. Is it gonna go back to purple, or do we get another one? Give me a red. Give me a red. Oh, it's back to purple. Damn, what kind of science experiment is this guy doing? The fuck did he put in those tubes? I know. Now red? Whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. Okay? Whoa. Gonna hit me with that? It's the essence of my entire hypothesis. Protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up that daft rule? Are all British people like this? Yes. Raise an objection, wait and see. Sure, raise an objection.
Objection.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. That would be the case, even so. To create a fake machine to display in public, with absolutely no reason to do such a thing. He would. The grant from the government. Yep. The government was foolish enough to have redeemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible. He and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. What would be the value of such a grant? £10? It's only a research grant, Michael. What could it cost? £10? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. £500 a year. Oh, wow. Could leave Ansem without that much for years. Damn. Dude, she's clearing half a cob per go? Okay, if I was that good at it, I would eat corn on the cob. Like, even if I was the only one doing it in a room. Because that is impressive. Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of funding cake. You can do that? You gotta put proof on the Discord if you can do that. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. Yeah, it is. It is. I'm not doxing myself. Not even for a crisp $1 bill. Waiting for that test tube to explode. That would be fun, honestly. That would be really fun if that did happen. How the fuck are you gonna get that $1 to me? I'm gonna hide it. I'm gonna put it into my USB port in my computer, and then it's gonna get destroyed into little particles. You know, it's gonna get high voltage teleported to you. Yeah. One of the lawyer apprentice masks that eat corn. Oh, the one with the freaking hook on it. Yeah, honestly. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No, it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, fact remains the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means the experiment was a success. Ah, Barak. Why does he dance like that? Therefore, the only person who possibly committed this murder is the accused. Ah, Barak. Yeah. Barak Hussein Van Zieks. Next function I'm gonna pull up is a massive... I'll add the next function I'm gonna pull up is a massive and dark hood. I'm gonna... I feel like there's a word missing somewhere. At the next function, I'm gonna pull up in a massive dark hood, and I'm gonna stick a cob of corn into the shadow, and a few pieces of kernel will fly out, and I'm gonna remove the cob, and it'll be completely smooth. What's the with the Dracula wannabe? He's the prosecutor. He's very doom and gloomy. He drinks deep red. He is too pathetic. No, I get it. He is the prosecutor in all of these cases. He's very racist against the Japanese, and he drinks deep red wine from these hallowed chalices, which he keeps breaking around the place and disregarding entirely. He's very drama. He's very drama. You just have to believe. Would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. You know, there is one way to solve this once and for all. Rule 34. This will tell us how hot this man is. What's this man's name again? Albert Hairbrain. There is no Rule 34 art for Albert Hairbrain. Confirmed unfuckable. Confirmed unfuckable. Holy shit. Oh my god, Albert, I'm so sorry. There is zero. There is none. Unless I'm looking it up wrong. Hang on. Rule 34. If it exists, there is porn of it. Yeah. I'm just gonna look up Hairbrain. There's literally nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing. The man is confirmed unfuckable. If it exists, there is... I do know where to find it. These are the real revelations. I know. Hello, welcome to the chat, by the way. What a thing to walk in on. Okay, you do know where to... Actually, DM me on Discord right now where to find it. Because where the fuck is it? If it's not on Rule 34, where is it? Because I know for a fact Barak von Zieks is eating good on Rule 34. Albert Hairbrain? And then share it on stream. Yeah, exactly. I'm sensing Gil... What the fuck is Gil Boru? Is this... Am I about to have my eyes opened to some shit? Anime art and hentai gallery. I see. Hairbrain? There is nothing. There is nothing on Gelboru. This man is confirmed unfuckable. I'm having so much fun with this. The DVD logo feels like it's going faster now. I don't think so, no. I think maybe your heart rate is quickening because we're discovering this man genuinely does not exist. I'm hallucinating. I know. Crazy, dude. Whatever their name was originally in Japanese. That's true. What was Albert Hairbrain's original? I don't want to look up Albert Hairbrain because if I go to the wiki, I'm for sure gonna get spoiled on something. Because I'm just starting this case. So if you know what he was in Japanese, tell me. I can't send you the link because it's okay. The porn with Albert Hairbrain on it is the case. Spoiler. The moment it's not a spoiler anymore, you need to send me that link. The moment it's not a spoiler anymore, you need to... The fuck is that? This is from the wiki. Is that just like the what is this? What is it called? Benjamin Dobinbo? What the fuck are we talking about? Is this Albert Hairbrain or something? But like, or does it have a different? I mean, they're all puns, so it's definitely different. There were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats. We have eyewitnesses, plural. Now, keep in mind, one of the people that shows up is gonna have fucking done it as well. This experiment was no pastiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Also, let's keep in mind, by the way, if this machine works as purported, even if it couldn't transport the metal of the screwdriver and somehow could transport the metal in his blood, the metal in his skeleton, the metal in his fucking DNA interacting molecules, the blood on the tip of this would have been transported. If this machine does in fact do what it's supposed to do, there would not have been a blood residue on here, because there are no ionic bonds between the metal and the blood. That shit is held there by a what, actually? Just electrostatic, I'm guessing? Just some sort of like clinging? I don't know. I don't know enough about pure chemistry to make that assumption. He's got the Daddy Silver Fox vibes. Oh, absolutely. I can't look up Van Zeek's porn because I know I'm gonna get spoiled on something. He's gonna be fucking someone's ass, and that someone is gonna be like the big bad or something, you know? There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. Yeah. Where does that leave me? Yeah. As you wish, my lord. The game is getting into lore. It really is. It really is. No, I can tell we're getting into lore. I'm taking little porn breaks. Taking little porn breaks from my lore. Biddy biddy. All right. Let us continue. Mr. Naruto? What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather... Oh man, the new people in chat, do exclamation point quote every now and then. Benjamin Dobimbo. I see. Do exclamation point quote every now and then. That quote's such a move. It's good. It's good. Damn, that's when I did my getting high stream. Yeah, this is when I did my 100 follower celebration stream and I got high. And I was playing The Binding of Isaac and it started to hit. I took a whole edible and I was like, this ain't shit. And dropped the burrito. We are 3 away from 2. We are 2 away from 200 follow. Oh, fuck. How close are we actually from 200 followers? Because the count doesn't update immediately. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much, by the way. Where are we at? Where are we sitting at? Oh, no. 199? Fuck, man. Wait. We could do the 200 plus get high on 420. And then put some coffee in his butthole. A lot of butthole and microdose a bit of crack. That'll get him just right. When did I even, in what context did I even say this? I'm gonna have a new celebration blunt ready. I don't smoke stuff because I am researching cancer, you know, when I'm not here doing clown shit on the internet. So I don't smoke anything, but I do take edibles occasionally. I'm gonna lure in one more noob by Monday. Well, what do you mean I gotta? This is like a pyramid scheme, you know? You lure in other people and they lure in other people. My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start. Well, yeah, that's how they work. I have lured in exactly 0 people. Much props to you, dude. Well, yeah. I mean, it's not like I've never smoked anything, you know, but I generally, as much as I can, I keep away from smoking anything. I say while drinking Diet Coke. I'm sure the fake sugar in this is giving me more cancer than smoking a blunt. Brain rot will not get much worse than this. It will not. You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. All you've done so far is try to undermine me. I've just been... Listen, your science sucks. Like, you're a professor or whatever. I'm literally, you know, just doing a master's in pharmaceutical sciences right now. And even with just that, I can tell you, your experiment is bullshit. We're getting a lot of corner hits today. You're eating good. Damn. And didn't make you a promise. You're right. Said I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. I told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. Listen, Naruhodo, Ryonosuke, my boy, I am a scientist. I don't understand it either. There's also a lot of like, I don't understand your hypothesis. None of what he has said has been formulated as a hypothesis. He's been making claims, but none of it is a hypothesis. A hypothesis is like, if this, then blank, you know? Sort of like, we theorize that in these conditions, this will happen. We theorize that this thing happens because of this. You have to have something that is sort of provable or disprovable. It has to have like a Boolean outcome. Oh shit, hello Raiders! How are you doing? You know, you catch me at a great point because we just stopped with all the porn talk. What's going on? What were you playing? Wait, what were you playing? Celeste. Oh my god, what's going on? More porn talk. Let's not. This is a proxy raid? What do you mean it's a proxy raid? Hypotheses have to have actual physical evidence to back it up? Not necessarily. So good at Celeste? Oh, dang. I'm kind of weak on my platformer game now because I've been playing only Ace Attorney for like 60-something streams. Oh, I see. A proxy. I see. Dang. The real raid is... Ah, okay, then let's give them a shout out. Slay the Spire 2? Oh my god. Hell yeah. Oh, damn. Well, you get 2 shout outs. Yeah. It's a 2-for-1. It's a 2-for-1. It's the special. It's the special we do. New patch. Exactly. Yeah, how is Slay the Spire 2? Were you playing it co-op? You can play it co-op now. How does that even work? Hi, Hourly. How are you, by the way? There's an undeniable flaw. This guy is such a bad scientist, by the way. For those of you that are joining, oh my god, I haven't fucking said anything. Hi, I'm Gallium GG. I play kind of a bit of everything, although that is kind of not true at the moment, because I've been playing all the Ace Attorney games. I am on the last game. Oh shit! You are my 200th follower! Hello, Dark Cloud, how are you? Welcome to 200. What do I win? You win... Let me see what shit I have around my desk. You win... this puzzle of the inside of the cell together with a nice crisp headshot of me that you can put in your wallet to remember me. And I'll throw in a crisp $1 bill that I had here from a bid I did earlier. The passport photo. Exactly. Why do I have a tiny shot on myself? From when I did go to get my passport renewed. It's such... Can I talk about... Okay. Can I talk about... You didn't get any... You did... Listen. Listen, I'll make it up to you. What do you want? You're getting paid more than I've ever been paid. Well, yeah, I don't listen. Okay, I'll give you $2 bills. No, we cannot do this. This is gonna become like that problem with the chess and the rice, whereby like half of it technically not paying for follows. No, 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 no. The dollar bill is a gift that comes with it's a give. Wait, actually, I could get in trouble. Twitch, hey Twitch, hey bestie, Twitch. Hello, how are you? Hey, we haven't talked in a while. It's not that. That's not what we're doing right now. Don't worry about it. Don't even fucking worry about it, my guy. Holy shit, mic quality. What? Was it really bad or what? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I've been playing through all the Ace Attorney games. It was clean. Ooh. Suddenly got beautiful. I think it's like this microphone is kind of meant to be a little more up close. I have like an arm for the microphone. So like if I could mount it to my table and have the microphone really freaking like right freaking here all the time. But the problem with it is that I don't have an adapter for the microphone. I need a new mic. What mic do you have right now? Because this mic's been working out for me really well. It's the like some sort of Blue Yeti something or other. Don't be mean to the mic sock. That is true. The microphone is not meant to have a sock on it. Yeah, but when it doesn't have a sock on it, the gain gets a little crazy, and it does kind of like the plosives get a little stronger too. Shitty Razer headset. Damn, you're really a gamer girl. Okay. Well, you know, if you got money back on your taxes, I think investing it on a microphone is not a bad idea. Windsocks are a requirement. Thank you. You understand. Pop filter would be better than the sock. Very true. However, I do not have a pop filter, and I have many socks. And they're all themed. This one is some kind of a superhero. What superhero is this? Is this Vision? I think maybe it's Vision. Sub goal for a new mic. Yeah, you should. Shark socks for 200. You know what? Since we do have 200 followers, let's change the socks. Let me see what I have. Let me see what I can do for you. Okay. Off the cuff. I did fix the quotes, yes. Off the cuff. I like the beat he's making. Hang on. Okay. Let me change it out. That way there's no background sound all the time. I have Star Wars stormtroopers, but they are snowmen holding hands. Or a real gamer staple, okay? Real gamer staple. Hang on. What were you guys saying over here? The old Star Wars sock on. Okay. Congrats on thank you. Thank you. And I also have, I mean, come on. If we're gamers, as long as we're gamers, straight up freaking Pac-Man socks. I didn't realize I had these. I would put on Pac-Man socks on this bad boy. This is presently what I need to do laundry. You vote Pac-Man? I kind of like the Pac-Man, I'm not gonna lie. I wonder how well it's gonna transfer to the microphone. Like how well it's gonna be seen. We can try. getting some ASMR right now. I'm not gonna mute the microphone for this. You asked for it. Actually, you didn't ask for it, but fuck it, you're getting the full experience. Okay. Now, how did I do this shit again? I want to make it in such a way that these socks are tighter than the other ones. I'll say that. So it might be a bit of a tight fit. I feel like I'm doing something naughty to the microphone. Damn, dude. Wait, with the ghosts right on it. With the ghosts right. Can you even see it? The ghosts are kind of crumpled up and they're not near the top. Oh, that's annoying. It could kind of be like this. It's not. You can't really have them the right way around, which is a bit of a problem. I will say that. Unless, hang on, because there's also ghosts up here. Could I sort of wrap it around this way? This is high quality streaming content, guys. This is what people come to the website for. I'm seeing the audio value on the microphone jumping like crazy. I don't know if I feel bad for you or if this is kind of what you wanted. I want Zork socks. The fuck is Zork socks? Can you even hear me when I'm talking, or is it Ghost ASMR? Yeah. Ghost like the movie when they're making the little the little pottery. We can hear. Okay, cool. Cool. Trying to make it in such a way that the ghosts end up. Oh, we just passed the heel. That's big. That's big, guys. Passing the heel is a fucking important milestone on this. Yeah, I think this is kind of working out, actually. Hang on. Let me slide it down a little more. That's like a drug euphemism. Yeah. It's like, like with a blunt, it's like puff, puff, pass. But with a foot, it's like suck, suck, pass. That's nothing. I'm so sorry. You had to hear that. Okay. Okay, wait. I just pressed the button on the back of the microphone that changes the pickup pattern. It's back to what it should be. This how it should be? It's kind of how it should be. That was a different experience. Was it better? I was gonna quote that. You gotta be faster on the freaking uptake with it. The problem is now I need like some sort of like a rubber band or something to hold this back. That way the ghosts are right there. And it actually looks kind of nice. If I crumple this a little and I fold it in like so, this like kind of looks nice. Actually, wait, this kind of looks good. I need do I have a rubber band in this house? I don't use rubber bands. Fuck, man. I'm trying to see. How do I have to use as I don't think I have it. That is rubber band-ish in property. I don't think I have a single rubber band in the whole house. String attached to anything. String attached to anything. Not really. I mean, maybe. I have these drawers here, which have been accumulating shit for years. So actually, maybe there is. Presently, kind of nothing. Presently kind of nothing, which is a bit annoying. Oh, that is really annoying, actually. Wait. Are these shitty sunglasses that I don't care about? Oh, yes, they are polarized a little weird, and also they are super tight on my head. So in fact, I could very easily cut the string off of this and use it. So we're gonna do that. Okay. Arts and crafts. Oh my god, I don't even need to cut it. I can just untie it. My god, I'm a genius. I'm a fucking genius. Okay. Do this to a 13-hour arts and crafts stream. Yeah, and you're loving every second of it. Don't even pretend right now. Do this, do this. Do this. Wait. Oh my god. He's so good with it. He is so fucking good with it, guys. He's fucking incredible with it. This is the type of Gallium content I come here for. Well, this shit's happening on the reg. We be doing this, in fact. Look at that. Okay, that's kind of sick. How's the audio quality? Because there's only one suck now. There used to be two. So how are we doing? Hang on. Hello, hello? Oh, it's fine. That's actually fine. Okay, good. Well, the 200 follower era. Now, it does look very nice from your perspective. From my perspective, it does have, you know, sort of fucked up string on my side, but that doesn't matter for me. As long as it's good for you. Yeah, corner hit. We even getting corner hits. That's crazy, dude. We're popping off today. You have to scream corner hit when it happens. It's the rules. Man, if I was affiliate, I would put a little redeem for like corner hit, you know? Ah, if I was affiliate. Oh, if only. That's fine. I don't particularly care that much. In fact, I kind of like not having to serve you guys ads, if I'm being honest. Because, you know, for all it would do, I don't exactly know how much money you make on it, but like, it can't be that much. Especially my regular viewership is anywhere from like 4 to 15 people, depending on the day. So like, yeah, the revenue is kind of nothing, right? Like, yeah, I'd much rather not have to give you ads and be like, okay, we're taking an ad break. Okay, pause, you know. I'd rather just do it like this for now. When I'm getting fucking, you know, 100+ people and I could actually be making money, I'd be like, yeah, let's do ads. But right now, fucking, what for, man? What for? I have no right to blame you for my failures. It's a human being. Okay. Yeah, chill out. And while we're on the subject... What about Barak? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? Oh, sorry, that was me. Yeah, he's a disaster. Not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Whoa. Chill out. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. This guy fucking sucks. He's such a bad scientist. I feel like if I was affiliate, all that would cover is potentially buying one video game a year. If that. So like, what the hell are we playing at? You know, like, unless I'm making money to justify it, I would not I'm not gonna be taking steps to become affiliate until it's like we're gonna be making money on it. His knowledge of how species work. This man's fucking stupid. I'm sorry to be so mean, but he is. I do, you know, I do have a few emotes. Only really available if you have, yeah, gamer, sleep also. I have them via yeah, partner and what and Lamau. So like there are a few. You need the extensions for it, but they do show up on the actual stream, which is nice, in my humble opinion. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. Good idea. Yeah, it's sort of, you know, it's kind of a band-aid on the problem, but it works. And yeah, and I do have a widget under the screen if you're on laptop. And I think it's a little icon above the chat and you're on mobile that shows you all the emotes that are available. Drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with a firm belief that science is the only future. Yes, it's true, my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity. There's typos here and there in this game, which is kind of weird for a game that's so like high production value. Hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Narhado, you must believe in it. All right, I understand. Prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. All right. Honestly, I will say my one it's crazy that it is actually my one reason. My one reason for ever getting LASIK, if I was gonna get LASIK, is because whenever I try to play like pool or billiard or any of these games where you have to like lean over, you lean over and you're looking over your glasses entirely, which makes it impossible to hit a shot. And I know you're saying just wear contact, Gallium, and I'm saying, yeah, but I don't plan on playing billiards when I go out. I just see the place and I just play. Playing billiards, by the way, or playing pool is one of those things that will kind of restore your faith in humanity a little bit too. How frequently? Here, not so much. When I'm back home, kind of often, because I hang out with friends at a place that's got a pool table, and so if it's free, we'll just go and play. It does kind of restore your faith in humanity a little bit, because it does just happen that you're playing pool and then like another group of people shows up and they're like, oh, can we play next? And we're like, okay. And they're like, actually, why don't we play together? And like, yeah, sure. So then we do like teams and we do like one against the other. And then like you meet people and you play pool and it's really fun. There was once, it was kind of wild of him to do. There was a guy that was very clearly on a first date, and I was playing pool with my best friend. And he was like, do you guys want to play together the next round? So it was like him and his date versus us two. And let me tell you, I mean, I'm not great at pool, but that man was not good. So like my friend and I, we kind of, after a few rounds, we kind of locked eyes and we were like, we gotta let this man win. You know, like, was his date good? She was decent, yeah, but like, I feel like if you're on a first date and if you're like, oh, let's play with those guys, and you get your ass handed to you soundly, that's not a great look for you. It's not a great look for her. It's especially not a great look for him because he's the one that suggested it. So then my friend and I, we were like, okay, we gotta hand him this fucking win. We gotta let him win, actually. Yeah. On the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant that something. Practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor, is quite impossible. Top 10 situations. Yeah, that's just the kind of shit that happens when you're out playing pool in this wonderful world of ours. What should I be trying to prove? Into the mind of these people on first dates? I don't know. I haven't been on many first dates in my life, to be fair. Hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. You ready for the nude witnesses? All right. Bring the witnesses. Bailiff. Whack his pee-pee. One of them is a police detective. Is the police detective gonna be... Wait, it's not gonna be Lestrade, is it? Sub his Pina? That's pretty fucking good. That's pretty good. You're right. You're right. I should make it like a random thing. Sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder. It's the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time. Prosecution's position is clear. Bring forth your witnesses now. Yeah, I knew she was gonna be here. My girl! State your names and occupations for the court. My name is Balthazar Loon. Okay, Balloon. Sure, sure. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the Sperimento stage. I'm a haunted doll. I am a haunted doll for sale on eBay for 4 smackaronis. I was dropped and I have a crack on my head. My name is Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ornstein. I'm channeling Fortnite and drink cola for this guy, basically. I have come to see this great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Oh. Damn. Cute. I'm very rich. Okay. Cool. Inspector General Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition. I got to go up to one of them balloons. It was amazing. Yeah, she's gonna testify. She's fine. She loved every minute of it. She was up in a hot air balloon. What are you blaming her for? There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of the witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, saw events unfold from the skies above. Make it sound like they were in the clouds. It's only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low. Oh, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? That's fair. That's fair. 18 meters. 18? That's fucking nothing. Wait. I didn't clock the fact. 18 meters, that's nothing. 18 meters is... I feel like you'd be hitting buildings. I mean, I guess it's at a park, so maybe it's not a problem, but you definitely hit the tower. Those of you at a vantage point above the stage, please and thank you. It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from this stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. From the sky. And from amid the smoke, Cage appeared out of nowhere. Yeah. Cage, it fell from the sky like a stone. Crashed into the crystal tower. Didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Okay, none of these testimonies are damning or... Yeah. The murdering of the guy, the stabbing of the guy. That there were 2 explosions, that's true. In 2 separate places, yeah. The machine and then when the thing appeared, presumably an explosion. Yeah, it was around here. There were other balloons, but this one was the one that was nearby. Got it. That blink, yeah. First explosion occurred. Yeah, and then boom! Second explosion directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. But more suspiciously directly on top of this other balloon. So I wonder, did they just drop the guy from this other balloon? Birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. Indeed. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, didn't want me to sing, kept my eyes wide. Your balloon went. Get another one. Damn, dude. This kid. I still have lots of money. Okay. Cool. Her outfit is really cool. Who is this curious infant? Yeah. Young noble of Bohemian royalty. Bohemia is modern day Poland, is it? Like, ish. That's sort of the region, right? Apparently he disguised himself in order to steal notice into the great exhibition. Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. Czechia. Oh. Is it called Czechia or Czech Republic? I always forget which one is the good one. Czechia. Oh. When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody say so. Okay. Cute, I guess. What's this kid's point? Testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Wait. Okay, no. I've heard this music before. I was like, what the fuck is this sound going on right now? Despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. Furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could have possibly committed the murder. True. Also, hang on un segundo. I need to repost a message. Alright, done. Okay. Can he not see? Well, he's got the lunettes on, so maybe not. Cross-examine. I feel like I just need to press. I will say, witness testimonies in this game and the previous game also became a bit of a press fest. And I think it's a direct consequence of the fact that you start the trial with very little evidence, like actionable evidence. I started the trial with 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces of evidence. And let's be honest, really 3, because this one was mainly about the issue in the back where he was attacked, which I'm sure is going to be relevant later on, but there's no way it's coming into play start of the trial. Start of the trial, I had the map, which did not have the balloons on it. This piece of green cloth that's burned, and a crossbow. That's all I had on me. And I've acquired the rest of the evidence since. And so it's like everything becomes a bit of like you just have to press witnesses because you don't have. He's got a flame in his head. I just realized he's got a fucking flame in his head, this man. Grateful my balloons were not damaged. Were they not? Is the piece of tarp that I have not a piece of one of your balloons? Easy. All 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. Okay, he's Italian. They are very popular, signor. Some people would pay £10 for one ride. £20 a month? That is my pocket money. Okay, damn. Got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for their Majesty's police card, you know? Nice. They're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons? If I have too many in disguise, they could crash into each other. See, the zone above public experimentation stage is most profitable. Only impresarios, they hate me. Nice. bang from the stage. The next second, another bang in the sky beside us.
Hold it!
You mean the other balloon? Yep. Isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? Telling you, Otto, being a lawyer's mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. Aw, wait. It's kind of cute she wants me to join, though. We're friends now. Tell us exactly what you saw. Everything. Saw everything, because we were up above it all. Okay, did you see the guy stabbing the guy? Because that's kind of what is presently being considered that he murdered him. Otherwise, it sounds like y'all just saw the accident. Hey, that dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and the dodgy professor pulled him out and leave us. That's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared. Just like that. I didn't know what to make of it. Then there was another bang right in my ear. Looked around, there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. Oh? Pursue?
Excuse me!
There was nothing there before. No, there was. There was a balloon. Master Gotts. My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Which is what? Oh, yeah, he did say it. Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein. You have something to say? Inspector Lestrade. That is not what I saw. What did you see? Yeah, there was a second explosion. It was right beside our balloon. That is true. I'm sure. Yeah, but there was something there. My teacher at elementary school said when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. The ceiling of this courtroom's gonna be looking crazy. Green balloon flying in the sky. Never saw nothing like. I have green tarp. You can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. Testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Wow, this kid. Yeah. There was a balloon. Green balloon was next to ours at the time. Indeed, and I have a green tarp to prove it. Of course I am sure. I'm proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions, with the V, questions, are making me boring. Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Our God, so is very wrong to lie. Flying balloons never explode. The same reason the planets never explode, it is logical. Might die. I will have the army come and shoot all your stupid balloons out the sky, all of them. But he's gonna buy a balloon. Yeah. Here you are, Your Highness. Honestly. No. Did not see the explosion myself. However, the green balloon crashed into the crystal tower. It sure did. Should I just be presenting the green? It's not an objection, though. It's not an inconsistency. In fact, it follows what I saw. No, in reality, I did not. Saw after it hit the tower. Grande confusione around the stage, trying to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea one of my balloons had crashed. When I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it there. So I slam into the tower. After all, I'm a detective now. Why is she number 997? Do we know what... Does that have some sort of, like, Easter egg significance? That's what I like to hear. Okay, cool. She likes to hear it. Didn't get a good look inside the cage. No one went near after it crashed into the tower. Okay, cool. I use your ad, Otto. How could that have been me? Yeah, she was in a balloon. Because I wasn't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He's getting shoved and kicked all over, panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. Amazing sight to behold. Couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. Didn't want to see, to be honest. Scared out me wits. Aw. Find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Yeah, okay. Should I just present the green tarp on the balloon claim then?
Objection.
No? Okay. Should I present the map? There's no balloon next to yours as portrayed here. Is that what we're supposed to present? I don't have more evidence than this.
Objection.
Also no. What the hell is going on? Uh-huh. Fell from the sky like a stone. Yeah. No one went near after it crashed. But I already... Yeah. My balloons were not damaged. Well, I have green tarp from presumably a balloon. Is that what I need to be presenting here? Like, in fact, balloon was damaged?
Objection.
Oh, it is. And your testimony, you said there are 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. Okay. Wonder if you might know what this is. It may be... See, part of a balloon. Burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. That is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. Made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. Found near the experimentation stage. Green balloon did indeed explode that day. Yeah. Your statement that they were all undamaged contradicts the evidence. Oh damn, all his balloons went away. Oh my god, they have the same pattern? That's cute. Honestly, wait, the jury hasn't... Oh my god, he's just producing cards over and over. With the corn. 50% of the time, anyway. Whoa, not 50% of the time, surely. Really impressed with this jury because they haven't declared my client guilty within 5 minutes. Point of materialization shifted to a location occupied... Are you hearing yourself, Banzeeks? Are you fucking hearing yourself right now? Unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but changes nothing about the pertinent facts. Well, if there was someone on those balloons, they would have died. Suggesting I am a liar. Persons died in balloon incidente. And I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. No such balloon in the sky, none possible. Do all of his balloons have that little wiggly pattern?
Objection.
No, I want to hear about that. Further testimony from him, please. Thank you. Grazie, my lord. Grazie mille. This little boy. His buttons are little smiley faces. Oh my god, his buttons are little smiley faces. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in esplosione, what catastrophe. I can't get away from the fact burnt unbiddable cloth was found at the scene. Yeah. Copies of the yacht reckoned it was probably some debris. Stupido ragazzo's mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. That's what I thought. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. And then, yeah. All out war, but then he's gonna buy a balloon, and then it's gonna be back to good. Doesn't change the fact the testimony had evidence to the contrary, yeah. Isn't it crazy we're running out of helium? Because we keep putting it in like shit like balloons and using it to like cool things. I believe, yeah. Liquid helium is used to cool stuff. Yeah, every balloon I had in the scar. We should just make more. Yeah, easy. Just make more helium. Forehead.
Hold it!
Forgotten a balloon? Signor. Might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? That's valid. Yeah. Total of 3 balloons. Okay. What, me? Tell you what, I told the boss. These thin kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true. Boss Boyan said he'd have a go himself in that case. Damn. Yeah, it's easy. Just like make like a little star or something. Just grab some like loose electrons and protons and shit that are fucking everywhere. Just make a little star. They fell to the ground. What catastrophe. That's true. There were people in the balloons. On that note, what was it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Hot air. Are you an idiota? It is like asking why does a candle burn bright? Burns bright because it burns bright. Balloon flies because it flies. What else? Okay. He doesn't know? Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Yeah. Gas that is lighter than air. My balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen gas. Oh, wow. Do not permit smoking or cigarettes or any my balloons. Magic gas does not like fire. But your balloon head does have fire in it, though. So this is a different type of balloon. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. Comes out your mouth is explosione, explosione. Did they use hydrogen for real? Yeah? Was that what was in the Hindenburg, or am I making it up? Okay, Hindenburg class filled with hydrogen. Yeah, the Hindenburg was filled with hydrogen, which it just frickin' went up. Yep. Have a crazy idea. What if there's a command for corner hit? Okay, what do you want it to do? We can make it right now. Command. Where's my commands? Command. New command. What do you want it to do? What does it put in the chat when there's a corner hit? Okay, I like that. How many exclamation points is that? You know, I'm just gonna copy paste them. That way we get the exact same number. Let's go, let's go. And done. Exclamation point corner. Should I just make a corner hit? That way it's a little more obvious what it does. I'm gonna change it to corner hit. Okay. Corner hit. Done. Okay, don't abuse it though, or I'll take it away. None of my balloons exploded that day, I'm completely sure. If you still say this is what happened, you must show me the proof. What was the one that exploded? That was a test. It sure was. Burnt a bit of cloth was found. Indeed, you cannot get away from that. Didn't you search the area surrounding the sage for clues? I'm not into picking stuff off the ground, mate. Always works out better diving into people's pockets instead. Mind you, boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? That's where most of the investigating was going on. Oh, listen to ya. Stumble across a bell balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. I mean, you guys didn't find it. You ain't got a badge, have ya? Come to think of it. Let's talk of some scorching on the ground. A meeting we had, yeah. Scorching on the floor that was there. Some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. Some of the coves were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? Yeah. Police shouldn't have missed the torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? Damn, don't do that. Yeah, means nothing. Because all of his balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes, exactly. Color's wrong. Si, senor. Don't have any green balloons in my warehouse. Well, I do not know how that can be. Can therefore conclude it happened on the day in question. Having recreational balloon flights of a Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. The stuff on the floor could have been there from before. Well, if that's your claim, prove it. Oh, but this guy knows that it happened then. He's been saying there was a green balloon. It's Master Wilhelm Rautrich Sigismund Ormstein. Yeah. That's what I was about to say. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was green balloons here. I swear it. Swear over all Bohemia. As much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, ragazzo, I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Evidence? What is this evidence? Yeah, proof there was a green balloon. Photograph, some tangible proof. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Okay, wow, thank you. I had not been up in balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. Oh, damn. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, the Bohemian exhibit, the streets of London, the hot eel cellar, the balloon. The experiment? Yeah, one picture. Can we see it? All I wanted was ride in balloon. Was not interested in boring experiments. Can we see it, please? Of course. Then you will see. You will see I'm not lying. I really did see green balloon. This kid's fucking incredible, actually. The green empty balloon. It is black and white, though. Well, so you're all too shocked to speak. There is a little green balloon he's holding, but I don't know if that's got anything to do with the fact that he does or doesn't have green balloons in his entourage. Perhaps you cannot see that it was green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Why? Oh my god, crying with the umlauts is crazy. Where? Okay, yeah, accepted into evidence. Thank you. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. It is true. It's not your fault. I'm actually kind of not even mad at this kid. There's very much something coming out of here and into the balloon, it seems like. And there's gas shooting out of everywhere. The guy is still very much in there. This thing hasn't moved yet. What is this beam coming here then? Sure, you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. When did you take the photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. Yeah. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang. Hot wind rushed over my face. Split second before the explosion, yeah. Black and white photograph changes nothing. Could not give the flying fig. Yeah, but, this balloon, I mean, it could have stripes that are not visible, but there's not people in the balloon, so that's something we can use against what he was saying. Yeah, seems to have seen another fourth balloon. Yeah, must mean something. Oh, it does. All your balloons were carrying passengers, you say? Well, this one isn't. Photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but what it can tell us, my man, it can tell us something else, something crucially important. The pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. The balloons would have been carrying passengers. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. This man's very sweaty. There was a fourth balloon. If all your balloons have... Yeah, I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, it was not one of mine. Oh, damn. Dude, he's gonna blow. Illegal tradesmen everywhere you dare to look. One such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. Did not notice because of the experimento went wrong on the stage. But there were no people on the balloon. So what kind of business was this scammer running on you? Yeah, fourth balloon exploded at the very moment Mr. Osmond was beamed from the stage below. Yeah. It was bits of the balloon raining down.
Objection!
Stray balloon carrying no one, operated by some rogue trader. Relevance does elude me. No, it does. There is a freaking beam of something going straight for the balloon, presumably shot by the crossbow. You're very close. Is the jury gonna be on my side for once? Or are they gonna be, like, guilty? There is more. There's a fucking thing coming from the ground to it. Maybe I'll be hiding one more vital clue. A vital clue? A vital clue indeed, my whiskered gentleman. Yeah, show exactly where the clue is. The cause of the explosion. There's a freaking thing shooting out toward it. The pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Aha. Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited. No, sir. Show exactly what... Yeah, it's pretty easy. There's a fucking thing shooting out. Leads to an unbelievable conclusion. This fucking hot streak of stuff.
Take that!
Timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. There's a bright white line appears to point directly at the balloon. No, sir. Becomes clear the nature of this bright line really is. Undeniably some flash of light, yeah. Do you think it might be lightning? It wouldn't, no. And lightning wouldn't streak like that. We may be looking at fire. Bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon. Yeah, would appear to be a flame of some sort.
Objection!
Yep. It would have been 60 feet above the ground. No flame could possibly have reached such a height. Oh yes, it could have. With the crossbow. Yeah. What evidence? More evidence your police didn't find, by the way.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. A crossbow, yeah. An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? This explosion of the balloon was very much on purpose. He has a green balloon that he's holding, I'll say. The aim was to cause the balloon to explode. The shooter could have used a gun. Very loud. Projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Yeah. There's a very big panic anyway, no? No, but like, the explosion would have been, yeah. Well, the balloon explosion happened first, it seems like.
Objection!
It indeed hit the balloon, it obviously would have exploded. Yeah. No, it was not. It was fake. There's a good chance the experiment was faked. The birdcage was inside the balloon. Yeah. The birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. When the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Then the bolt is shot out, hits this balloon, it explodes, and then boom, out it comes. Fall down and crash into the crystal tower. The real truth behind the miraculous experiment. Yeah. Does seem like that's what happened. I will say, I'm pretty sure this guy does have 4 balloons and one of them is green. Because he has 4 regular balloons total. 3 of them are blue with the red stripes and one of them is green with green stripes. It's child's play. Contemptible display of stage magic. Indeed. The victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, yes, please do. Such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. Having this other man appear on stage to front the show was a body double.
Objection!
Would have been filled with hydrogen. Yeah, it would have been scattered to the full winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not if he was dead. Damn the scientists and magicians in court. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium. Helium doesn't explode. By controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Yes, but also you would suffocate in that balloon. You cannot breathe hydrogen and helium. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns that would be unavoidable. Not to such an extent as to render the whole obscene charade impossible. Dude, the jury is like on my side. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear the instantaneous kinesis had occurred. If we accept that this is what happened, it means the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. But this has to be related to the wax figure theft, though. Oh, he also has like a little red balloon, so maybe not. Hairbrain is about to be like, hey, what the fuck? My experiment was real. Yeah. Mr. Naruto, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Am I being fired? You can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sleep time, good night. Sleep time, good night. Hit you with a sleeve on the way out. I, Albert Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie. Yeah, he's trying to confess to the murder in order to make the hypothesis appear real. It was me, my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. This man is just trying to make himself guilty of this and innocent of cheating at the experiment. What are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick. An elaborate prank, but where's your proof? Oh, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would be all over. A beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's not your penis, dude. It's just a hypothesis. Plus, it's not even a hypothesis. It's a machine. Quite conceivable. You were duped, Professor. Barak, declare me guilty. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I'll swear it. So please, ensure Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Nah, man. That's some bullshit, man. We're not doing that. Hit him with a no. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. Oh, he is going along with it. You're gonna take that cheap win? I'm a little disappointed in you, honestly. Do you intend to formally assert the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? The moment you do, the special dispensation will cease to apply and demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. Any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the hypothesis will be preserved. By asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request, but see him condemned? He's innocent. That's the only way forward. Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I'm sorry. Was in fact a conjuring trick. It's got to be. It hurts, but it's what you have. Yeah. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Oh, she's back! She's back! What are you... Dude! Is that a greeting? There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, I must concentrate on the task at hand. I have to protect my client. Yesterday you told me science is the pursuit of truth. My job is to pursue the truth too. Personally, I believe you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? Your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue. You have to be honorable, man. You finally opened your eyes. As for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. You cannot. You really cannot. Just a little down. Okay. Pray forgive if I fill my hallowed chalice as I readjust the string on my sock. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? You're a real scientist, dude. If you want to purport to be a real scientist, you have to take that L. Simply. You simply have to. It's this one that needs to come down. Okay, a little more, a little more. Nice. There we go. I heard him speak that way. Well, because this guy's his friend. In truth, there is one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevance. On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I'm really appreciative of the fact the jury haven't... taller than me and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me too, a monocle, rather stylish black monocle. One thing in particular will help positively identify the man, you see. I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. Oh, okay. Well, Mr. Asman introduced him to me over a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Dreba? Enoch Dreba? They know him? Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Oh? Afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. Talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but staged trickery in the end. The rascal is after the government's research grant money. Yeah. Magicians are in need of money. I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Dreber's name before. An engineer and a magician. Wait, hang on. What did he say? I clicked accidentally. Confidence trickster. Yeah. Yeah, you got played. You got played is the long and short of it. You got hella played, my guy. I'm so sorry. So it's through then. My invention, my great machine. It was just a grand illusion. I would say so. You got taken advantage of. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. I knew when the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, a work of deception, and everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. About the nature of Mr. Drebber. Never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. Yeah, Mr. Drebber were working together to get the money. Indeed. It was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. And the smoke suddenly started billowing out. I panicked. Didn't know what was happening. Yeah, but when you look at the photo, that's another thing that really tilted me in this direction. The smoke is coming out in very sort of... in a very... what looks like a very programmed manner, right? Like, the smoke is coming out in a way that doesn't seem like it wasn't planned to. Seems like that's exactly what those vents are there for. I don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Sorry, my guy. You now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection, and so it can be experimented on and investigated. Please go ahead. I'm very sorry. That sucks, honestly. Especially because being a scientist in many ways is like picking an idea, picking a long shot and kind of staking years of your life on it. Being like, I think this will happen. And hoping that is the case. Of course, you know, experiments can be constructed in more or less one way or the other. But holy. Court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Gather information about the man. If it's possible, sub his pina. With pleasure, my lord. You gonna sub with pleasure? His pina? When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. Consider the pina subbed. Wait. I'm trying to find something with like, if you like pina coladas, but like... Submissive and penable? And penable? It's too fucking funny that, like, a peen is an actual thing, though. Like, isn't that, like, the hammers that have, like, little balls at the end? Those are Peens, right? Isn't that like a peen head or something like that? Is that something else? Am I imagining it? Mr. Naruto? I'm I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you have no idea? You must have suspected it. Come on. Machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. Complete faith in it. You didn't even test it, though? Do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes. Yeah. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. That's my job. Susato, you're back! Oh my god. Microphone's a little taller than I'm used to because it has a little bunch at the top now. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. I hid it from you, Runo, so it'd be a surprise. Well, did it work? I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again. It slipped out? Holy, that's crazy. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. We made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. Aw. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, had to come out. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. It's crazy. Time for me to also go night. We're gonna end now with the to be continued. So if you can tough it out for like 3 minutes, it's gonna end. Hope I can continue to be of service to you. Professor Mikotoba not protest. Okay. I mean, if it's such a big deal, you don't have to. It's whatever, I guess. You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Aw. Susato is back. Hard to describe how happy that made me feel. Our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Oh. Making viewers stay up for 3 more minutes. I know. This is basically torture. It's deprivation of some sort. What I'm doing right now probably goes against the Geneva Convention in some way or another. Okay, let us raid out to whomst. Stick around, say hi to them. Otherwise, the Baba Yaga is gonna get you. We've got Rin, we've got you. There's actually a few people live. Oh my god, I haven't rated out to The Kids Are Asleep in so long. They're doing their music improv Saturdays. It's so much fun. You guys should stop by. Eric is a wonderful, incredible musician, and he does musical improv nights. And today that's happening. So stick around, say hi. In the meantime, I've been Gallium GG. This is gonna go on the YouTube, and we're gonna be live again tomorrow. I don't want to see Knuckle because I want to play Knuckle. Anyway, see ya. Bye bye.